Crossover.
Oh, killer crossover.
Just crossover. It just crossed him over nastily. Another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
Time for the crossover, powered by Ever Level Concrete Repair in Omaha. It's everlevelconcrete.com. John, Josh, Nick. Good
Hello.
afternoon.
Sup?
This chair is way too high, and there's no way to adjust it.
It's feast week.
You gotta do the thing where you just move back and forth, Nick. I mean, you gotta pull the lever down.
There's no lever.
What?
Yeah.
That can't be
Where
true.
are we feasting
lever.
today? Oh,
We're
this
in
is
Myrtle
This is
Beach.
Myrtle Beach.
I was in Myrtle
Myrtle.
Beach last year.
Myrtle Beach looks nice.
Trying to think of all the places we feast week before.
Oh, man.
It was Anaheim in year one. It
Yep, I
was.
remember that one.
It was what is it? The Panhandle, not Myrtle Beach, but what's the Panhandle in Florida?
Destin.
Destin.
Yep.
Pensacola. Oh.
Oh, that's where Creighton women's basketball is playing next week. I just recorded a promo.
it's where the world-
Creighton women's basketball
Yeah.
team is back in Destin, Florida.
It's where the
Yeah.
world famous SEC meetings are.
Why is it called Feast Week? I don't know this.
Well, what are we doing next week, Nick?
We're feasting.
Thanksgiving. Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Got it. Nice.
Mhm.
What are some other locations?
Then I think St. John's was the next one, followed by Cayman, followed by Kansas City,
Nice.
followed by St. John's again? Or was it Vegas? Vegas is in there somewhere.
Vegas, Maui.
Vegas. might have been in there.
Vegas.
Vegas, Maui, Vegas again.
Oh,
Yeah.
Vegas boys.
Vegas twice.
You know, the Raiders are at home on Sunday.
Are they really?
You want to go?
Are they?
Yeah, they're playing the Broncos.
Oh, that could be fun.
Oh my
If we
God.
got access to tickets, sure. Let's go.
You want to go?
I'm not going to
So
spend
you would
money.
so you would give up the
No,
seats
never
at
mind.
the
I want to
no,
watch
no,
it
no,
in the
no.
seats.
book to go to the.
Yeah.
We have seats.
It would just be us and Broncos fans
Yeah.
because there's no Raiders
There are
fans.
no Raiders
Yeah.
fans.
NFL's such an interesting sport. I love it. I have no desire to go to games because then I would miss the games.
Never been to an NFL game. I would like to go.
It's
Oh, really?
Yeah. Not even a preseason game.
let's see. I'm trying to remember how many games I've been to. Probably six or seven is how many I've been to. First game was not until 2012.
It sounds fun. I bet the first
No, wait,
NFL game
05.
that I would go to, I would dive into that team.
Yeah.
I'd immediately become a fan of that team.
I went to a Broncos game against the Raiders in one of Randy Moss's last years there. The Broncos went to the AFC Championship game that season. That was like a Christmas Eve game. Went to a couple Chiefs games in 2012. Went to a Cowboys game in 14, a Cowboys game in 15.
At Gerald World?
Yeah. Is that the list? Have I not been to any others?
Glory.
That might be the list. That might be, there you go, 5 NFL games.
Is
Cool.
there an app like the NMLB has where it stores all your tickets and keeps track of every game you've ever been
If
to?
it does, I mean, back then, though, Nick, it was,
You used hard tickets.
yeah, it was the olden times.
Yeah.
You
Oh,
had
I
to
love
have
my
a-
box of
piece
ticket
of-
stubs
Yeah.
that I have.
I wish I got to experience that.
They're all
I-
sitting in a cigar box somewhere at my house.
I look forward to going to an NFL game, not in the state of Missouri at some point.
Wow,
Yeah.
Travis, holy bleep, Josh. I was also at that Broncos Raiders game. How about that?
Look at that. You guys probably said bleep you to
Dude,
each other.
Randy
Two
Moss.
ships in the night. I almost said sheep in the night.
Randy
That's not
Moss
the
was
word.
having a bad time. He was quitting on the Raiders. He was very much out on the Raiders at that point in time. And then he went to the Patriots.
Then he
and
got
was
traded to the
great.
Patriots.
Was
Oh,
he,
was so good.
growing moss? Because he wasn't doing anything. He was just
Yes.
letting the moss.
That's
grow.
Why do
right.
they call it Feast Week?
Boy.
So in,
Mm.
I didn't grow up around caring about college basketball, so
Yeah.
I wouldn't make the connection until we talked through it. So thank you for talking me through it.
No, you don't have to know about college basketball
To know that why would
I've
they
never
would
heard
call
it called-
something feast week?
Well, I've never heard it called Feast Week outside of literally just college basketball context. I didn't understand the connection, but that makes
to
sense.
Thanksgiving.
It'd
Be like
if-
a game
it'd be
around
like if
Christmas
they-
time.
It'd be
It's-
like if there was a week long of college basketball at random tournaments and they called it Jolly Week
yeah, Nick's like, Jolly Week. Interesting name.
or maybe Holly.
I don't
Week.
think Nick is liking this joke.
I
Let's
mean,
just let's eject. He's really not into this.
It makes
one.
sense if it was Jolly Week. I think I draw that connection, but you
But
don't.
not feast? You
you
don't think
can-
of food?
You can feast anytime. That's not just Thanksgiving.
come
I don't
on.
think Thanksgiving is feast exclusive.
Poll question. Is Thanksgiving known for feasting? The answer is unequivocally yes.
It's known for feasting, but you can feast any other time of the year.
no.
So you've never had a feast any other time. Your wedding reception, you wouldn't call that a feast?
No, it's actually just her and I.
Weddings don't have a dedicated day.
Yeah.
Thanksgiving does.
John, how you doing over there?
I think
Great, You're doing great.
I think you guys are into.
No.
Hold on.
This has nothing to do with basketball.
It's Thanksgiving. It's about Thanksgiving.
They just call it that because it's around Thanksgiving. That's
Doesn't
it.
football also is involved in Feast Week?
Yes,
yeah,
100%.
It's not even just hoops.
It's all feast.
Yeah.
So with my background and not paying attention to any sports or whatever, I would have never heard Feast Week inside any other context. Even in Thanksgiving, nobody's ever like, "Oh, Happy Feast Week." I've never heard that. You guys have a background in sports, so
To be
of
fair,
course you would know this.
Nobody
You grew
comes
around
up and
this.
says Happy Feast Week in the world
First
of
of all,
sports.
this is an ESPN created.
Yeah, correct.
Yeah.
It's just a branding thing.
Yeah, it's just an ESPN branding thing, so they can say, hey, we're
But
We're
again,
going to put
okay,
college
we got-
basketball on at 2
We're
o'clock
gonna
on
put
a
all these
Tuesday.
college basketball
Yeah.
games
Yeah.
on before Thanksgiving.
Nick, you're making the wrong connotation. The connotation is not to basketball. The connotation is to Thanksgiving.
Right. Okay. But even then, you said it was an ESPN branded thing. I never paid attention to ESPN growing up, so I wouldn't. Just with my background, I wouldn't know. But you guys are treating me like I'm some kind of idiot for not knowing that Feast Week was a basketball thing.
No, it's not a basketball thing. It's about Thanksgiving. We keep trying to tell you it's not about hoops.
Thank you, Chad.
It's about the holiday. Nick, what is next Thursday? Thanksgiving.
But if the hoops weren't okay, so the hoops aren't a factor.
Yes.
Would people still call it Feast Week? Would ESPN have called it Feast Week if there wasn't
You're
something
missing the
that they
point.
could?
Okay, if there was, let's say if it was a week long of NHL hockey,
Okay.
they
Would
called
they
it
still
Feast
call
Week.
it Feast Week?
Sure, why not?
Okay.
Sure, because it's the whole idea is,
But it's all still within the context of an ESPN thing. This is an ESPN created thing.
well, yeah,
Okay.
It's just how they brand the week.
Now, what do we think about this, John? Multiple people have pointed out Nick didn't know that Thanksgiving was on Thursday.
That's
Oh,
true.
That's true. I
Does it
forgot
mean-
about
He's a Thanksgiving truther.
I think that's what I think we are learning that Nick is just so out on Thanksgiving.
I forgot about that.
Mm-hmm.
What was your opinion? You thought it?
I forgot.
You thought it was on a set day?
I forgot in the moment when Thanksgiving was. I
He
forgot
goes,
it
"Oh,
was
it's a
on-"
Thursday this year."
Yeah. I was getting
That was so good.
You just thought it was a set day.
in that moment. I was
Yeah.
getting Thanksgiving and I think is it Easter that changes?
Easter,
no, that's
yes.
always on a Sunday.
Easter's also
Well, Easter's on a Sunday, but it's
I was getting the
based on
road-
the liturgical
just in
calendar.
that moment. I know Thanksgiving's always on a Thursday. It was just that moment. I didn't grow up with the context of the Feast Week thing in general. I get it's
Well,
not just basketball.
Neither
It's
did
not
we,
about basketball. I
because
get
ESPN
that.
hasn't.
This is
a recent branding. This is like the last,
Relatively, probably.
maybe the last 10 years.
Yeah.
But
That's what
I
I was
didn't
thinking.
start paying attention to anything until the last 3.5. I want you guys. Sometimes I say things and you look at me like I'm an idiot, but you're not looking at things from my shoes or my perspective.
I'm not gonna say.
I'm just impressed by Josh. I mean, that was a rant for the ages right there. That
You got
beats anything
mad.
I've done in a while.
Well, I mean, Amazing Daniel says it. This is outstanding. Seriously, double down instead of, "Oh, if I had thought about it being Thanksgiving, I'd have gotten it."
No, I would have thought about it being Thanksgiving. I would have got it.
That was funny.
Well, we all, to Nick's defense, we all have kind of lost track of where everything is. I mean, everything's just
Talking
kind
about it
of
with a salesperson today.
jumped up on us.
She
at the
was
last
like,
minute.
"What?
It's like, oh, it's Thanksgiving.
You're
next
going
week."
to Vegas soon.
Which again, I
Yes,
think
we
it
are.
all circles back to this hostile takeover by Christmas, which has ruined everybody's minds, and now we're not aware of Thanksgiving.
Why do they call
anymore.
it Jingle Month?
Because of Christmas, because people associate jingling with Christmas.
There you go.
Whereas feasting can be in Easter.
I don't
you can
know.
feast on Easter.
I occasionally like to jingle during the 4th of July.
Do you?
Sure.
I don't know,
Happy
man.
birthday.
I never feast as hard as I do at Thanksgiving.
No, I love.
I don't
Oh
like-
yeah,
I don't-
yeah. That's the ultimate feast
I'm gonna
day.
eat
I
so
don't
much.
feast. I don't feast on my birthday.
Yeah,
You know, I feel bad. But on Thanksgiving, I'm like, I want to feel bad. I want to feast.
yeah.
I want my stomach to
It's
hurt.
the day where
Yeah.
you allow it. You allow yourself to do that.
Yeah, I want it all. I want
And
it.
it's so much food, and it's just that's what it's all about. That's why it's the greatest holiday.
It's an awesome
because it's
holiday.
about just sitting down with people that you enjoy, mostly
or hate.
eating
Whoa.
all day and watching football and just zoning out on the freaking couch.
1620 the zoning out on the
Nice.
couch.
Sure.
1620, the zoning out on the couch week.
That's
how we're going
That's
to brand
our
it.
ESPN thing.
Nice.
This is a good idea. Let's
So
get
that's
a
what
logo.
we'll call next week, 1620, the zoning out on the couch week.
That's right.
Mhm.
And it's all allowed.
And then
you
we
know?
can have someone ask a question. Well, I don't. What's the connotation? What does that mean?
To be fair, I zone out on the
I
couch
ain't busting
all
your
the
balls,
time.
Nick. I ain't busting your balls.
No,
I
it's
swear.
fine. You can bust my balls. I'm trying to explain my thought process of things, and you guys call me an idiot for trying to understand.
We never called you an idiot.
I didn't call you anything. Josh just
called
went on a
anybody an
great
idiot.
rant.
Nobody
that's
called you
all.
an idiot.
I was reading between the lines.
Nobody called you an idiot.
I just needed to rest my eyes. I'm very tired. I'm just very tired. I'm going to go back and watch this because I want to watch Josh again. I wish I would.
You guys both stood up.
I wish. I didn't stand up. I just was like,
You guys were mad.
I wasn't mad. I was just like,
It's not about basketball. It's Thanksgiving.
It is. That's what it's about.
I wish I would have ISO'd Josh at that time. Just like, zoom in. Guess what? I take it you're not going to make this the thumbnail this day, are you?
What?
What's the thumbnail?
Will this be
the
our
featured video?
Yeah.
I don't know. Let's see how the rest of it
I
goes.
don't think. Yeah, this is not going to be the featured
you know
video.
what? I'm going to tank the rest of the show.
Tom, you can do it. So you just got to get the zone YouTube login, and we could have multiple videos from the same show. We're not just relegated to have 2 videos.
Yeah, Josh, since you gave up the Grum down, you can
He
do this
hasn't.
now.
I haven't.
He's
I mean,
holding on to it with
I'm
his
not-
cold,
I'm
dead
I'm
arms.
not. No one's just.
I made one 2 days ago.
You never showed me. You didn't put it up there. You didn't say, "Oh, I got the
I
Grum
actually
down."
forgot
now.
by the time, and then you were like, Grum down. I was like, oh, crap. I didn't make it.
Aha!
And then John was like, yeah, here we go.
I mean, if this
Grum
is
down.
the best segment
If
of the
you'd
day,
have called
then
it
this will be the
Feast
featured video.
Week, you would have remembered.
The Feast Grum down. Well, I know what we're going to be calling every show next week from Las Vegas.
Happy
Feast Week.
Feast Week.
Feast Week, baby. No,
No,
what was
I
it?
know it's
1620,
the zoning
on-
out on the couch day.
That
week.
is so good.
It's going to be weird. We're going to be talking about a football game that Nebraska is going to play in, and Creighton basketball games, things of that nature, from sunny Las Vegas. It'll be very odd.
It's gonna be
It'll be very odd.
But still kind of chilly. I mean, it's going to feel
It'll be like
fall.
60s.
Yeah, it'll feel like fall, like the good fall. Today, we went into winter weather. I was upset this morning.
Yeah, this is no good.
When I went out for the first time today, I was like, what's the temperature? And it was like 20-something, feels like 12. And I got really upset.
That was not good.
I was like, what the hell?
I didn't like that.
It's chilly.
Yeah, it was outright cold.
Yeah.
Didn't like it.
I feel like we got fall a little longer than we normally would, though.
I was going to say, I thought we didn't get enough fall.
Because
like a week of fall.
We
The
had a
trees-
pretty good stretch.
the trees had leaves for way longer than they did last year.
Well, remember how hot it was into October?
Mhm.
Remember the windy Rutgers game when Nebraska was still winning?
But it was very warm that day.
It was warm. It was
It
warm.
was very warm and windy.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
No, I think we've had I think we've been okay so far. Now, it could totally change when there's some crap in the air in a couple of weeks, if that's happening.
Yeah, is it coming? I haven't looked
I don't
at
know.
the
I haven't looked.
extended.
There's
Because
been
you can't believe
rumors of
you-
snow.
You
I don't-
can't believe any forecast beyond
See,
3 days.
But I'm past the point. Like, it's November what? It's November 21st.
yeah.
And if it wants to snow, then
Let
it's
it
time.
snow. Let it snow. Let it snow.
It's time.
I'm not ready.
The weather outside, it's just windy.
I'm not going to be mad at it if it snows, right? I'm not going to be like, this is ridiculous. It can't snow on November 21st. Yeah, it can snow.
We had the October snowstorm. People forget about it.
Yeah.
Remember that one? YouTube user wants to know, what else is on the Vegas itinerary, guys, besides the show, sportsbook, and beers on the 80th floor?
A
Do you need
60th, by
anything
the
else?
way.
Yeah.
Do you need anything else? That sounds solid.
We got a restaurant recommendation from a friend of
Yep.
the radio of 1620, the zoning out. We got a recommendation Happer and I did yesterday
Uh-huh.
for a place that's not very far away from us.
Nope, that'll be good.
Yep.
We'll go there.
Yeah.
We'll hit some other places.
I
I'll
would
probably
like to
eat
play.
a sad slice of pizza at some point.
We will be over in that vicinity,
Mhm.
right?
Mhm.
'Cause that was after.
Right across the bridge.
It pays to cross it.
Phased across the.
Yeah.
I want to
In
do a little
that
table
case, it
game
did.
action. I'd love to
Oh, come on.
win
Yeah.
$1,000.
Come on.
That's what I want to do. I want to win $1,000.
Yeah,
I thought you didn't play table or
He plays
oh,
craps.
I'm a craps man.
That's
Yeah.
craps.
Yeah.
Yeah, you were kind of on the prowl for craps and
I
last
played
time,
and then I crapped out very quickly, and I was like, all right.
I want to play blackjack, but
Yeah.
actual blackjack, not that weird
Yeah.
cat.
we don't have to play kitty
blackjack
cat
thing.
blackjack. That was
Yeah.
stupid.
Dumb.
Yeah. We only sat down at the table because it was a cheap table.
I prefer the automated blackjack.
The video blackjack's fine.
I was 3-0 in Detroit.
Yeah, video blackjack's fun. You can
By
get-
3-0, I mean 3 separate hands on separate days. One hand.
you played one hand
walked
and
away.
got up.
Yep.
Wow.
Doubled my money each time, like $5 to 10, and said, "I'm done."
Rumor has it there was a group of the Creighton contingent last time you guys were in Vegas that hit it pretty nice downstairs.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, this is what I was told.
Yeah.
So might have to I have to hook up with that group. Like to hook up with the winners. See what's going on.
Oh, that'd be great. So yeah, probably wander. We'll probably do a little wandering at some point in time. We got to make the most of our time with John because we only get one day with John.
I know.
Monday.
We love you, John.
Yep. Thanks, Grandpa John.
Can we get some confirmation that we are doing 60th floor beers after the show?
I thought you had already booked it.
I could. I was going to do it last night, and then I looked at the dress code.
Oh,
and
what is it?
It's like it was maybe nicer than I expected.
How nice is nicer?
Not polo is what you're saying?
I don't know.
Like a button up?
I'm not sure.
I'll bring a button
because I didn't want to make John.
I tried to look into it too.
I
and
gotta
it
travel.
felt a little
Yeah.
casual suity.
He's coming across town.
Oh, I see what you mean.
So
it's
I mean,
just
you
gonna
guys
be
are
us
more
three?
than welcome to do it on a different day. You don't need me.
See, this is what I'm trying.
That's
is what
fine.
went through my head, but I want.
I'm good.
You do Tuesday
Yeah, if you want to.
because we're hanging
But
out
then
with
we don't
John on
have
Monday.
John.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we don't
Monday's
have
the only day I'm going to be coming your way.
And John's not gonna be wearing, a nice shirt
John. No, he'll be.
as he does the radio show.
No, why would he?
Yeah, I'm going
And
to
he's
dress
not
like
going to
a
bring
hobo.
he's not going to bring a shirt to change into.
Exactly. No.
Yeah, what is that?
Yeah, you guys.
So we'll do the
a different
beers
day. We
on
can
the
go. We
60th
can
floor
go to the.
Tuesday?
We can go to the place that Shafe
So-
suggested and watch the football.
What did you
There you go. There you go.
What did you figure out
What
about
is
the
that
dress
place,
code?
by the
Because
way?
I tried to look into it too, and it felt casual suity.
Yeah.
I
know
don't
if
have
it's
a
like-
casual suit.
I don't know if it's all the way
I
suit.
don't mind your fancy shoots and the fancy cars.
Fancy cars, and
Like
fancy
jacket, no
restaurants.
tie, I think is what I was seeing.
Probably a button down, of some nature.
All right, he sent. Here it is. Carson Kitchen.
Yeah.
is the place that Mr. Mike Schaefer recommended. Carson Kitchen.
Nice.
Yeah, I went and looked at some photos, and it looked pretty tasty. So it's like what, a 5-minute walk, 10-minute walk? It was
It's
super
just
close.
a block away.
Yeah, awesome. All right, so we're doing 60th floor beers on Tuesday.
All right.
So what do I need? I need a jacket.
No, I don't think you
Not
need
a jacket, just a button up.
Maybe a button up.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
I can bring a button up.
Okay.
A text from the 402. My wife's celebrates Thanksgiving in the most American way ever. There is an official weigh-in at 9 a.m. and then another weigh-in at 7 p.m. and whoever has gained the most weight wins the daily
That's
prize.
awesome.
Now that is feast.
That's like when I was in 4-H and I got a trophy because my cow gained the most the week it was at the fair.
There you go.
I don't want to turn my holiday into a competition. I
That's
just
true.
want to enjoy it.
That is pretty American to do that.
Yeah.
See,
Who
the
got
problem
the
is I would
fattest?
like the
You're
freedom.
the fattest boy in camp.
You can really game that system though. Just eat a bunch of bread.
Wow. Okay, Dan Hoppin.
Or be like Frank Solich and just bring some weights and put them in your socks.
Or is bread more filling than whey downy?
Yeah, I don't know.
You're
I
a
mean,
food.
I would
yeah.
like the freedom to be able to. take
bread
a
will
dump
make you
before
feel
7 o'clock.
bread will make you feel full, but I mean, if you wanted to gain a lot of weight,
You want
I'd
like
just eat
mashed
like
potatoes and meat.
like a steak. Yeah.
Yeah.
Corey writes, the 60th floor patio is pants only, no shorts. Shirt wasn't specific, business casual. I don't even know if I'm going to bring shorts. Again, it's going to be in the 60s.
Yeah,
I'm
no,
not
it's
gonna
gonna
bring
it's gonna be
shorts.
It's going to be a pants trip
situation.
this
A polo
time.
is surely business casual.
I don't
right?
know. I don't know.
Plat Cat writes, you're fine with a button up at Circa Rooftop. So I will say this, though. I don't like wearing polos with pants. I only wear polos with shorts.
come
So
on.
I will wear.
Oh,
I will be
interesting.
wearing a button up. I don't like the feeling of short sleeves and long pants.
How about like a quarter zip? What do they say about the quarter zips?
Oh yeah,
That might be
people
too
are-
casual.
Yeah, that's a bummer. You could wear the quarter zip over the button up.
Got a nice Creighton
What
quarter
are they
zip.
called? Polos. Travis says a polo is not business casual. That can't be true.
That
Polos are
feels
business
business
cash
casual.
in 2024.
Oh, see, I don't know.
This is
Too-
old. This is
it's
old school.
business.
Man, there's
If
way-
a polo isn't business casual, then what the hell's
I
a
think
polo
it's.
for?
I think
There's
it's
more
business
damn
casual,
rules to this
casual.
than there are the rules for who you're supposed to root for tomorrow night.
That's
Jeez,
true. There are a lot of
goodness
rules to
God,
that,
everyone's
John.
making damn rules.
There's so many rules.
Rick wants to know:
I thought we voted against that.
Are the two of you flying out of Omaha together? First of all, Rick, Happer is involved too. Happer's going to come
Hello.
to Vegas.
Hello, Rick.
If so, Nick, make sure to get Josh an ice cream at the airport and watch planes departing before heading to Vegas.
It'll be way too early in the morning.
yeah.
Too early for. So last time we were there, I don't think there's any ice cream at Omaha Airport, is there?
Yeah.
I didn't see
Probably
it.
get some
Well,
at
there-
Blimpie.
There is at A&W with the root beer float.
There you
but-
go.
But they're not going to be open at that time
Mm.
I think all airport
Our airport's
restaurants
going to be
should
a
open.
disaster.
for a long time.
It sucks.
Yeah.
It's horrible.
Not
It's a
looking
real
forward
big
to
bump.
that.
Have you seen
Hey,
it?
did
Not
Oh.
did Southwest do the change yet? How they board people?
I have been wondering the same question.
I don't know.
Because we got it. Who's checking in for us? Are we all in the same little thingy again?
I don't know.
All right.
I think we're all in the same little thing.
All right. I can handle that unless Happer wants to wake up early on Saturday.
It's fine. I don't care.
All right. I feel you'll be asleep.
We'll see.
6:15ish
We'll see.
Kind of depends. It kind of depends where I stay that night.
on Friday night.
Oh, Friday night.
I'm talking about checking in.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I'll probably be sleeping.
Theo says, would be cool to have a contest for partying with the hosts. You want to party?
Well, we did that for the March Madness one, didn't we?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But the person who won that was like,
Doesn't like
we
us.
don't need to hang out.
Yeah, I would rather not meet you.
It's
Theo,
an option. We'd love to meet if you're there.
Theo, we would love to meet you.
If you're a Jays fan and you're in town during the week, you know.
See, but we've already
You
met
never
Theo
know.
before. He hosts a show when the sports schedule allows. His name is Jimmy Allen.
Nice.
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
Mhm. Unless you can prove that, Theo, that you're not Jimmy Allen, then I'd love to meet you.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
What if Theo is a shut-in? He's permanently stuck in his mom's
He listens to
basement.
more podcasts than I do, so
He really does.
he's like, "Did you guys hear about the Minnesota podcast?" Nope.
No.
I literally never would think to.
No.
That guy loves podcasts. I
He-
love podcasts.
He loves podcast drama, is what he loves. Like,
Does
oh, did
he?
you hear so and so from this podcast is being convicted of this
He does.
horrible thing?
He does say that. Yeah. LSD Will, why don't you wear your 1620 blazer?
Oh, that's
Oh
right.
yeah, we
should
did
wear our
We did
blazers.
get issued those. Certainly,
Mm-hmm.
those are good.
Button-up's probably the way to go. I have a button-up.
You have one button up
I don't really need button-ups. I'm starting to grow my collection. I haven't needed them
starting to grow.
thus far.
You have one.
I have one. That's
Okay.
starting the collection.
Okay.
That's
Once it's happening, twice is a
every
coincidence.
collection starts with one.
3 is a grow.
Well, because we have a wedding that we're going to in March, and that has like
Oh.
one of those color-coded dress codes.
Oh,
Yeah.
what's this?
It's super annoying. There's a
Is this
trend.
a Gen Z thing?
It must be, because there's a trend where like a bunch of people are like, you have to wear these colors to this wedding, and I feel like that's rude to the guests and kind of a waste of time.
Wow.
Really? So
I'll do it.
What color do you have to wear?
I don't know yet. I don't remember. I guess it depends on what the girlfriend decides she wants to wear.
How many colors are there?
There's 4 colors.
That's too many colors.
How many
I
colors
only
are
have
there?
like 2 suits. You know.
I thought when you asked how many colors are there, you were asking how
Like,
many
in
color-
general?
There's 10 million, by the way. That's the answer.
No,
Okay.
that's just a wedding trend lately, and I think it's a very annoying wedding trend. But I'm going to this person's wedding, so I'm going to do it.
Oh, yeah,
which
of course,
means I'll
yeah.
get a different colored polo or
It's-
button up.
Nice of you to actually go to somebody's wedding when they invite you.
Ah!
Yeah. Well, if that reception wasn't during my mom's birthday,
Jeez.
We weren't invited to your wedding. You got married.
Reception, John.
Well, that's not a wedding.
yeah, we
you were
invited you to
shaming
the
us for
better
not
part.
going to the
Guess
wedding.
who was there?
Connor Happer and many other media Illuminati.
Notably,
Illuminati.
Michael Xavier was there?
Not a host or a producer of Unsportsmanlike Conduct.
Yeah,
This very show,
but still a friend,
but still a friend.
a great friend. Mike Schaefer was there.
Yeah.
I frequently go to your fundraiser.
That's true. Nick has gone to multiple fundraisers. That's true. Nick's gone to more fundraisers than
I went to the fundraiser.
you went to the fundraiser. Nick's been to 2 of them.
I have.
John has also been to 0 of those.
Oh.
Yeah, maybe we should have unpacked that on the 25th anniversary interview.
Why does
could.
John hate Josh?
Yeah, interesting. I'm happy to.
I apologize for not asking that question. I should have.
Well, we'll do it another 25 years.
Yeah,
I'm looking
yeah.
forward
Let's
to
wait.
it.
Let's wait for the 50th.
The
Mhm.
50th anniversary.
I can't wait to make those videos. Maybe those will be
By then,
10 minutes.
by
You can
then,
just download it
AI
into
will be
your
doing all of
brain.
it for you,
Hmm.
and it'll be done like that.
But
And
radio will
There'll
persist.
be 5-minute versions, 10-minute versions, 15-minute versions.
There will always be AM radio, especially in cars.
That's right.
Yeah.
Please.
Don't take away our AM radio. You know, we've done such a great job shielding our cars. My car, the new Boo. Great, I can listen to you from my home again.
What?
Loud and clear.
You live in Lincoln,
Yeah,
right? You still live in
yeah,
Lincoln.
yeah.
I get you guys
yeah.
when I go to Lincoln.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
What?
Yep.
My car
It's the
doesn't do that.
Well, we gotta do a better job of shielding the electricity that's
The new
generated
shield
by your
technology.
car.
oh.
And because you've all noticed this when you drive under the power lines and you're listening to the AM radio. Yeah.
When you go into your
that's
garage.
the same phenomenon.
Oh.
It's all the electrical current in your vehicle. And of course, our vehicles now are more electrified. And I'm not saying this in an electric car versus gas car sense, but there's more stuff. There's more stuff that's using electricity, and thus it creates more interference. But if you shield it right, if you ground everything properly and you shield it right, then AM signals are they punch through the atmosphere like God intended, like Marconi intended.
The olden times are
And
back.
that's why they want to get rid of them on the electric cars, right? Because of all the interference. They don't want to pay the money to shield it.
Exactly. Don't let the lazy car manufacturers take away our AM radio.
They're trying to cut costs. It's not actually benefiting anybody but their wallets.
Exactly.
I love AM
podcast.
radio.
Besides, all the FM stations get big studios that they only use for a couple of hours a day. That's what the last debate in Congress was.
Oh,
But that's fake news.
I had an idea this morning that I expressed to
well,
Josh
not
Hudson.
the part about.
Was it
taking the
about
studio.
a coup?
Kind of. It came up in the vein
I like
of
the
that.
coup.
Radio January.
So I
6th.
think
Yeah.
think
Nice.
that each of us should, at the beginning of the year,
Okay.
be gifted
Oh,
like either maybe like $500 or like $1,000 or something like that.
I would love to be gifted.
but it's
$1,000.
of the parent of NRG's money, and we get to spend it on things that help NRG media, things that help 1620 The Zone. How would you allocate this, and how much better would 1620 The Zone be if we got this? Just a little portion of the budget, basically.
that is an
every year.
amazing idea.
What do you
That's a
think?
great idea.
Yeah. All right. So here's what I would do. I would actually have to help. I would have to ask for another person to do this with me because my $500.
You need to pool your money.
Yes. So
I'd
I would.
I'd pool my money with
All
you.
right.
If it's
So
a
I'd
good
say
idea.
Happer. Let's do the $1,000 each because I think then we could afford it. I'd say let's have cameras that are not here and they're there and they're there, and then the producer gets to do all of that stuff.
I'd pull my money for that. I would join you on that.
Yeah, because I went to hang out at a 1080 The Fan in Portland in April, and that's how they have their camera set up for their hosts.
So we're not.
Where they're a little
we're not
farther
dealing
away.
with this thing.
You're not like, oh, my camera.
Yeah.
You've broken my camera.
The desk space is so clean. There's
Yeah, that's what
nothing-
because
Yeah.
we can't just buy the studio for $500, but we could improve the cameras.
Well, but that's what I was going to do with my $500 is
Buy the studio?
I was going to go find a bouncer at one of the local bars, and they would just walk in there and basically say, "Y'all are out of here, and these guys are moving in." That's what
I
would-
love it.
awesome.
Actually,
John uses it for muscle.
Actually, I'd try to find someone for $200 and then keep the other $300 for myself.
There you go.
Perfect. That's a
I
great.
mean, that would help 1620 The Zone if John had $300 more dollars
Well, what about
for the greater good.
what if we pooled the money and got some new TVs and put them on the wall over there? We got rid of one of these boards is used every single day, lots of information, but the other one isn't. So
The other one just has a bunch of quotes on it.
Guarantees.
Let's just get rid of the boards and put up 3.
We have our own Circus
TVs.
Sportsbook right here.
Yeah, I think that'd be sweet.
That's a good idea.
Plus, over there, it's easier for the whole studio to see.
Yeah.
The whole studio. This is a little difficult, but if it's over there, that'd be nice. And TVs are cheap now, man.
Yeah.
I've been looking at getting one for my office because the one from the office is just always in the living room now. And they're like $200 for like a 40-something inch
It
TV.
amazes me every Saturday when I see pictures of people in their TV setups.
Yeah.
Like everybody has 4 TVs.
It's crazy.
In the same location.
Yeah.
Not just in their house.
Have you ever seen
the same
Have you seen
location.
K Ford's pictures of his?
Yeah. Absurd.
It's insane.
Absurd.
It is bonkers. So yeah, getting some new TVs I think would be sweet too.
I'd put clean up the wall, maybe repaint the studio a bit, put some fun graphics back there.
Didn't
behind
they
you guys.
just repaint the dang thing in here?
Man, that's been a while.
I don't think they
Years ago?
repainted it.
Yeah, we did. We repainted.
That's the
in
other
here.
thing. If
Wow,
we
go
take
look
off
at
one
that.
of If we take off one of these these whiteboards, is it still going to be red?
Yes.
Oh, it's going to be horrific.
It's red under there, Happer.
Yeah.
Red, Rob.
So
Red.
I
Wait, that
didn't
wall
know
was
this.
red.
Yeah.
I didn't know the
I
studio
don't
used to be
remember
red, but look at the old pictures of like Chick and Nick when they're cutting their
Yeah.
6-month
Okay.
cake.
Yeah.
It's all red.
That is such a funny bit. Happer, you're coming upon 3.
Yeah.
You should do a 3-year cake.
3-year cake.
Oh,
Yeah.
3-year cake.
All right. Cool.
That's wild. You've been on the air for 3 years almost.
Oh, I know what we were going to talk
No,
about.
it was
Speaking
just
of
yesterday.
food, your new restaurant, Ferdinand's, the
Oh,
World
yeah.
War One themed restaurant.
Yeah, what do you think about trench food?
Yeah,
You like
all the
trench
food
food?
is trench food, like tacos
Give
or
me an
trench
example.
food.
Like old
Ba-
Subway sandwiches, trench food.
Yeah,
Hot
we got
dogs.
on the subject because you know how they used to cut the bread at Subway? They would actually cut a trench out.
Yeah.
Mhm.
That's trench food
Hot
Okay.
dogs or trench food.
And so he said,
Hot
what would we
dogs or
name it? And
trench
I said
food.
Ferdinand's.
because it's a World War One themed restaurant.
But also,
guy
Franz
who got his-
Ferdinand was getting a sandwich when he got off.
He got assassinated. That started World War One.
Yeah.
People forget.
And then
Yeah.
the tagline is "Take me out."
Baked potatoes
By
are
France
trench food
Ferdinand.
Yes.
Yeah, what do you think about this
because
idea?
you're creating trenches to put more food in.
Baked
All right.
potatoes, good trench
It's
food.
good trench food.
Cool.
What other trench food ideas you got?
I don't usually participate in the trenching of the food.
Mm.
I like to
You don't eat baked potatoes with
I eat
stuff in
baked
them?
potatoes, but I don't trench them.
Well, you have to do a little bit of
Just take
trenching
a bite out of
to
it.
get more stuff in there.
Freak.
You know, the
Maybe
sour
you
cream.
smash them.
Yeah.
Smash them a little bit, trench them, I guess.
I mean, sometimes if you don't
mashed potatoes,
if you don't split the baked potato when you kind of squeeze it together and all the it creates, it's kind of like cutting open a tauntaun. It just all the guts come out, and then you start putting stuff back in.
We
there.
need some trench desserts. What are some trench like Choco Tacos? Sure, but
Sure, but they don't make those anymore. Sad.
a donut.
Makes my taco pop.
You could make a donut a trench food dessert if you just slice it for some reason.
It'd be pretty odd.
Do the same thing with a Twinkie too, I guess.
Yeah.
I don't think I understand what trench food is.
It's just food that has a trench in it.
Yeah, it's
well,
got a trench. A taco has a trench in it for food.
It's like the beginning of the crossover all over again. We're trying to explain something to you.
It's not about the food. No, it is about the
It
food.
is
I
about the
guess.
food, Nick. It
Hey,
is.
hot
I've
dog is
never
trench
heard
food.
anything referred to as
That's
trench
because we
food.
just came up
started
with it.
It's
Yeah.
our subgenre.
We just came up with it.
Sometimes someone has to be the first to invent something.
Yeah.
So, like, is a hamburger a trench food?
No, there's no
No.
trench.
That's
Hot
not
dog
trench.
is. Hot dog is.
Don't
Hot
be
dog is,
silly.
'cause
What's the
it-
difference between a hamburger and a hot dog?
Everything.
Well,
the
hot dog is a
hamburger's
trench.
between the two buns.
Yeah, you
the
don't
hot
eat
dog.
it like this. You don't eat a hot hamburger.
Yeah.
But if you turn it,
No, because then it's
No,
not
it's
a
not a
trench because it
trench.
still can come apart on both
it's
sides.
just a different.
like a hoagie.
It's a different oriented trench.
like a
it's-
hoagie, right?
There
Like
can
a
only
hoagie
be
bun.
one trench.
It folds like
There
that.
can be only
like that.
one.
Yeah.
That's a
okay.
trench.
Joe
Trench
writes
food.
kolache, the ultimate trench dessert.
Is kolache trench?
No, yeah, because it's a shallow trench, but it's a trench. I'll buy that.
You'll
yes.
buy the
Kolache.
kolache.
Well, if a kolache's
Kolache's
a
a
trench,
trench.
that means a hot pocket's a trench.
No, the hot pocket. The hot pocket's a pocket.
It's in the name, Nick. It's not hot
Is it
trench.
If you're arguing for a hot
Is
pocket
a kolache?
to be a
Because when
trench
you make
food,
the
a hamburger is a
kolache,
trench
when you
food.
make the kolache, you dig in the sides a little bit so that there's a spot for the jelly filling or
How
whatever.
about like a
used to pull.
cannoli?
Okay,
Is a
I'm
cannoli a
thinking
trench
about
food?
the
There's a trench in there,
covered
and you
kolaches.
No, that's
That's
a
a tube. That's a tube.
that's a
food.
tube food.
I don't get it.
You have to go to another restaurant to get tube food.
That's a tube food. I wonder if that's
All right, I'll make a competing tube restaurant. then.
You're gonna make the tube. Fine. What's your good tube name?
Tube City.
God damn it, that's good.
Tube City's coming for Ferdinand.
You're gonna get someone walking in there going, "I thought I could buy a TV in here."
That's true.
There you go. We'd have those.
TVs
Uh-huh.
don't have tube.
Whereas
do
people would not be confused walking into Ferdinand's. They would know, "Oh, of course, it's World War One. It's trench food."
Do kids still call a TV the tube, the boob tube?
I don't think
No,
so.
they don't.
YouTube
probably
user
Don't
don't.
says,
exist anymore.
You need to ask your server at Carson Kitchen, what's your best trench entree?
I want something that's
Trenchy.
in a trench.
I would love to do this. Oh, man.
Let's go to Tube City, dear.
And
Good
they're like, what?
content.
And you're like, I respect that. And then we leave.
Oh,
Mhm.
that could be your tagline, Tube City.
I respect that.
Yeah, that's right.
You do respect things.
Yeah, watch out. Tube City's coming. For
Our tagline for Ferdinand's will be the restaurant to end all restaurants.
The great restaurant.
the great restaurant.
If we open a second location, though, we're gonna have to.
Yeah, well, don't want to think about how that second
No.
restaurant will end.
No.
The second,
No.
the very large explosion.
Yeah.
I would rather not think about how the second restaurant begins.
Well, no, the second restaurant begins because the first one goes bankrupt, and then another investor comes in. He's like, "I can make this better."
And who might that investor be?
Under
Designated Hitler.
402 writes, kolache is more like a foxhole.
Oh, well, but a foxhole is a mini
a
trench.
Welcome to
A foxhole
foxholes.
is a mini trench
Yeah? Oh,
because
that's
you're
a
digging into something.
whole question.
I feel like we're moving the goalposts on what a trench is.
Zach says for the tube food restaurant name, meat in a blanket. I liked Tube
I
City,
love-
though.
Tube City's
I
good.
like tube.
But we would
City.
definitely serve pigs in a blanket.
Oh, you definitely
You
would.
would have to.
at Tube City.
Sure.
Tube City. Yeah, we'd have hot dogs.
Wraps. You'd have wraps, right? Wraps a tube food.
Yeah.
Wraps. Tube. Yeah, for sure. Absolutely.
We get
Burritos. Oh!
Burritos, the ultimate.
Oh, you guys are
food.
out of business. See you
I
later.
do love burritos.
Tacos.
Yeah.
We have burritos.
A lot
The
of
better version of tacos.
A lot of recommendations coming in for Vegas. Joe says, need to try the steakhouse at Circus. Casino Hotel might be a dump and the restaurant is dated, but it's quite possibly the best steak I've ever had.
I don't.
Where is Circus?
Circus is at the north end of the strip.
Yeah, it
so that's
is
far
a
away.
bit run down.
So
Yeah,
far
yeah.
away.
Maybe we'll get
it's-
our Uber driver again.
It's
Oh,
Dollar
God.
General.
But
Casino.
hey, is the steak good?
I
On the
would-
website, it says the best in Vegas, John. Hard to argue.
I would be very
where are the
suspicious
prices?
of that.
Really?
I would be very suspicious.
I trust the
of that.
friends of the Grum.
I mean,
Friend of the Grum, send us money. We'll go do it.
Ooh,
$100 per person. Never mind. We're not going to Circus.
While we have Happer here, should we ask him the toilet question too? I want
Sure.
his
we
take
don't
on
have
it.
time.
Yeah,
Ah,
it
damn
would
it.
take. Yeah, it is 2:28. Save
Well,
it for tomorrow. Well, no, we're not doing a crossover
Yeah, we
tomorrow.
won't have a crossover
because the
tomorrow.
Grum is like an hour and a half.
Yeah,
you guys,
we're
you
short.
guys don't want to do a crossover. You guys hate me.
No,
We just don't have enough time for our takes about the Nebraska-Wisconsin game if we also talk to you tomorrow. Unless the crossover is Nebraska-Wisconsin
Plus, you
heavy.
opened up a restaurant next to our restaurant.
Yeah,
trying to run
Tube
our
City.
restaurant.
I am
Get
trying
outta
to put
here.
you out of business.
Yeah.
That's true.
Unreal.
You could have potatoes because they're tubers.
All right, I'm looking at pictures of this steak place. It looks pretty good, guys. The pictures of the steak look pretty good.
That's the idea.
The
of
problem is
putting
you have to
pictures.
actually go into Circus to get there, and I don't think have you all gotten your tetanus shots?
You might
updated?
contract.
I got a
something.
tetanus shot last year, so I'm good to go. Little pricey,
Yeah,
for,
but
you
that's a
know,
steak.
But that's a steak, yeah, in Las
in
Vegas.
Vegas.
Oh man, I'm intrigued though. I love steaks.
Casey Mike's mom is
Oh.
in on your tube food restaurant.
Nice.
I bet.
The bone-in ribeye looks very good.
But Casey Mike's mom, come on, trench.
Oh God.
From the 531, that's new 402, right?
That's new 402.
Is celery a trench food?
Celery is a trench food.
Celery is
Damn
a
it.
trench
Is
food.
other
I
That's what
love
happened.
celery.
Who likes celery?
I love
Or
celery.
What a wild
we can
take.
have that as an appetizer. Ants on a log, or we could just get rid of the ants and it could just be peanut butter and celery.
STK in the Cosmopolitan, best steak I've ever had, says Joe.
My
Look at all
res-
these people giving us these steak recommendations.
My response to your celery at the trench restaurant would be taping another piece of celery on top of the celery, and then it becomes a tube.
Celery isn't.
Look at this tube.
Celery comes tubed though, doesn't it? Don't you have to cut it in half to trench it?
Oh, Nick, shut it.
We can make this work. This can be a crossover promotion.
No, they're fighting with us. They're trying to come in on our turf.
Unreal, Nick.
You know, now we're gonna have to set up trench warfare.
And thus it goes full circle.
It does.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you guys know what
Ferdinand's
celery
is
anyway.
dead.
I'll take it.
Come to Tube City and Ferdinand's to celebrate Feast Week.
All right, there's your crossover.
Cool.
By Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha, everlevelconcrete.com.
Now I'm just looking at steaks in Vegas. I'm getting very hungry.
Don't lose. Don't
He's
eyes
already
on
planning.
the prize. You've got to get our menu straight for Ferdinand's.
I know. I'll get to focusing on that first.
Jeez. And then we've got to take over a location, presumably in Eastern Europe. Back after this on 1620 The Zone.
K-O-Z-N. Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
Thursday, busy day. Lots of stuff coming up today. And
Okay.
we got a show. Okay.
Say hey.
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
Is it too late to declare Happy New Year after the crossover is over?
Oh, no, happy. Well, Nick said we don't need anymore.
Yeah, no, we're good.
We don't need
Well,
anymore.
yeah, but then the month of November is going to feel left out of the best of
And
crossover.
December.
And December.
Damn.
I mean, we could really have a banger of a crossover in December.
We've got some best ofs in November toward the end.
All right.
Okay.
Oh, and there was something else.
What else?
Because I was doing some research for Jack's show tomorrow.
Your own research?
Yes. The only time in the Big Ten era that Nebraska has beaten Wisconsin,
2012.
we could have done the bit, relive another past Husker game by reading the Scribes' Cliff Notes from Husker Max. There's some pretty good ones in here.
Wait, when are we
From
doing
the 2012 Wisconsin game.
this? When are we doing that?
I thought about this for
was
the
a potential
crossover.
crossover topic?
But then
Happer,
Nick
get back
took
in
it
here.
hostage with the whole Feast Week thing. You went on a thing, and then we went on another tangent, and then we ended up arguing over
trench food.
trench, our trench food versus his
Tube
tube
City.
food.
Yeah, Tube City.
Ferdinand's versus Tube City. It's the
Mhm.
restaurant rivalry that's taking over the nation. I mean, listen to some of these. Like this was the 30-27 win over Wisconsin.
In 2012?
In 2012, the only win Nebraska has over the Badgers in the Big Ten era.
Okay.
Listen to this from Steve Sipple. It was a Bo moment. It was a Bo moment. Let him have the moment. He earned it.
Man, were we already doing that crap with Bo in 2012?
Apparently.
So
Man.
the only time they beat Wisconsin in the Big Ten era was when they're wearing the Noids,
Yes.
and you don't want to bring them back.
No.
I
they're
want
terrible.
to burn them
We want Nebraska to win one of these games, Nick, while wearing normal uniforms.
I don't
so that
think
we
it's gonna
can look
happen.
back
And we
on
never
these
have
games
to-
fondly.
And we never have to acknowledge the 2012 game again.
Exactly.
Ever again. What else do we got? Do
The
we have-
whole team overcame adversity, but none more dramatically than Martinez. That was from Tad Stryker of Husker Max and saving the airplane 1980.
Nice. Do you have
Let's see.
Dirk Chatlin.
I have Dirk Chatlin. Beating Wisconsin does not change Nebraska's deficiencies, but this rock is still skipping.
Hell yeah, Dirk. Great take. Great take.
Tom Chattel.
What did Tom say?
Nebraska prevailed in a game that was about guts and poise and timely play calling and play making. People forget that Alonzo Whaley
Yeah.
made the hit or actually penetrated the line. That's not an item at Trenches or at Ferdinand's, but and so startled Monty Ball that he never accepted the handoff from the quarterback. Remember the last play, 50-yard line, 4th and 1. They're going for it. Less than 2 minutes left. Wisconsin's down 3. They give the ball to Monty Ball, but Alonzo Whaley got such a gap. He shot such a gap through the Wisconsin line that Ball took his eyes because he was startled seeing that hideous Noid uniform coming at him. And he never did grab the handoff. The ball got deflected away. Nebraska recovered. They win the game.
Wow, I don't remember this at all.
It's a great play. It's a great play by Alonzo Whaley.
Nice. I'm near the end. Oh, 4th and
Great
1.
analysis, too, by Todd Blackledge, who pointed it out, said he took his eyes off the ball.
Gosh, look at those uniforms.
They're
so
hideous.
bad.
They're so bad.
Here
And
it
Wisconsin's weren't much better.
comes. Boom! Oh,
It wasn't the hit
what
that
a
jarred the ball
play.
loose. Watch the replay from the
What?
opposite side.
What a play!
He doesn't even. I mean, the ball.
Oh,
he never.
Oh my
grabs
gosh! It's
it.
just
He never grabs because
he
he's.
thought it was a play action.
Well,
Right? Look,
I think he was startled.
look at the way he.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
the way he doesn't react to it.
Yeah.
It's like he thinks,
Yeah.
I'm not supposed to have the football.
Yeah.
Wow. Look at that. GBR. Maybe that'll happen on Saturday. Maybe that'll
From
happen on
from
Saturday.
Sean Callahan.
Hmm.
Smart move by Terry Joseph to stick junior cornerback Ciante Evans on Wisconsin wide receiver Jared Abradaris in the second half.
Wow, that is a lot of names that I have not thought about in a long time.
Yeah.
Other than Sean.
Yeah.
Other than Sean.
Yeah.
Wow.
Anyway, that's the only win. And then those
Until Saturday, maybe?
until Saturday, maybe.
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 Until Saturday, maybe.
Unless they don't bring back the noise.
If for anything else, just
No,
do it so
stop
that
it,
we
Nick.
can win in a normal looking uniform.
That would be nice.
That doesn't look stupid.
Mm-hmm.
That's all I ask.
Maybe that's the curse.
No, yeah, the curse is they wore those dumb things. And God said, okay, but you're never going to beat Wisconsin for another decade.
I think that
because
was
you
actually
wore
the
those
punishment.
monstrosities.
Yeah, I think the punishment is actually that.
It's in the Bible. Look it up.
Then
Yeah,
maybe
Nick.
you have to wear them again and lose to Wisconsin in those. And
Check
then
out
that'll
that
break
chapter and verse in Genesis, Nick.
Yeah.
Check it out.
In Genesis.
Mm-hmm.
It's right behind no reply at all.
it. Nice.
What do we got? We got
Grum
a Grum down.
Brought to you by the Roofery's at John Higgins Weather Guard.
And still brought to you by me because Josh won't do it. I-80 Rivalry Eve. The rules of fandom. Both coaches responded to the
It reminds me,
stuff.
too, we got a dumb debates question yesterday from El Scorcho about the idea of a J-Sker that I forgot to ask, so we can discuss
Well,
that when we
stand
get
by.
to it.
Yeah,
I have it
we'll move up.
saved. I have the email saved.
We know who isn't the secret player that Holga was talking about.
The Oko?
And you will find out in Rhule's final thoughts before Saturday. We've got the audio from Matt Rhule today.
Mm-hmm.
Sadly, it sounds like the flu has gone through the team.
To what year is it? 2020?
I mean, the flu is a constant.
Hey, remember when that's true. Remember when Minnesota came in here with like 12 healthy players and they won? Maybe that's Nebraska's time to win with 12 healthy players. Maybe, John. Maybe.
Robin Washut of HuskerOnline.com. Todd Furman, Bet the Board podcast. Friends, if for no other reason, you should download the Bet the Board podcast and just listen to the first 12 minutes if you are a Husker fan who absolutely cannot stand Coach Prime in Colorado. That's all I'm gonna say.
Yeah.
It's worth your listen. It's worth your listen. The eckle is being heckled by both Nebby and Whiskey.
Oh, that reminds me. I got to upload the stiff.
I'm not one to normally use the abbreviations Nebby and Whiskey.
Yeah, what's going on with you, John? Are you
Well,
okay?
but the eckle is being heckled by both of them.
Okay, I'm looking forward to this.
Is Indiana getting kissed by the Big Ten?
Oh.
Square on the lips.
Yeah, I was going to ask Max about this. Max Olson had to cancel with us
Max
today.
had to
But
cancel,
I can
so-
run by my research with you, John.
We'll
I
do
have
that.
some research, and
We'll
I will
do
run
that.
it by you.
We'll do that. And we have lower bowl seats for tomorrow night's men's game at the CHI Health Center.
What?
We have a 4-pack. That's right. You and 3 of your friends or 3 of your family, whoever. Lower bowl seats for tomorrow night's I-80 rivalry men's game at CHI Health Center.
That's pretty cool.
And I have come up with the way we will do this.
Is it the need to get to 6 game again?
Well, no, it's just one person's winning, so there's no
Oh,
point in doing that. But
Okay.
But be listening in 30 minutes
Oh,
for the key word.
okay. 30 minutes.
Yeah, in
3:15.
30 minutes, we will unveil the key word.
Okay.
Then you need to keep listening to hear the key word spoken.
Oh.
And then be caller, we'll make it a round number, 8.
No.
8.
That's easy for you, Nick.
That's easy.
Perfect.
And you will win the 4-pack. That's 8 is 4 times 2.
That is true.
You'll win the 4-pack. Lower bowl seats for tomorrow night at the CHI Health Center. Can't beat it. So be listening.
Okay.
30 minutes. In 30 minutes, we will do the key word of the Grum.
Perfect.
402-951-1620. It's the 42 degrees hotline.
By your mom's house.
By your mom's house.
The source.
There's also the JTech Construction Zone Twitter page at USC 1620.
Oh, yeah.
You can tweet us anytime. Send your dumb debates in for next week or future weeks.
Wow. That's
you,
true.
If you like. Not sure if there'll be dumb debates next week. It's a Wednesday. The show's going to be short.
I don't know. Happer and I got to figure out that because, probably not. I don't know.
Maybe the whole show can just be dumb debates.
I mean,
well, the whole show might be topic alert.
The whole show is topic alert, and in that case, the whole show is basically dumb debates. Thank you, Nick, for reminding
but
us.
not like the dumb debates in the how we do the dumb debates.
That's true. That's true.
And you can email the Grum into the Equitable Bank inbox. John at 1620thezone.com, Josh at 1620thezone.com, Nick at 1620thezone.com. At Equitable, we take banking personally and answer the phone in the first ring.
Always. Always, always.
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 Well, we'll get started with, because again, we were hoping to have Max Olson today on from ESPN.
Yeah.
To discuss all things college football. We'll discuss.
We'll discuss some
of that stuff, but also revisit a conversation we had started yesterday about Indiana, about the playoff. Got some numbers, some data that I looked up.
Yeah,
and Josh says he has some data.
Yeah, because John said something yesterday about what was it? What was the phrasing that they
I think
they're getting a kiss.
A commensurate team from an ACC or a Big 12 to Indiana would not be given this much credit.
Yeah, and so I did a little research. Now, the team that I'm going to use in this discussion is not from another conference, but I hope that it makes a little sense when I explain what I got for you. Hope it explains it.
So we'll do all that and have more here on 1620 The Zone. We're teaming up with Share Omaha for Giving Tuesday 2024. It's a day to celebrate what the Metro can do together in just 24 hours. Donate now through December 3rd and support your favorite local nonprofit. You can find the details at 1620thezone.com.
Thank you, Omaha, Bellevue, Plattsmouth, Bennington, and all points in between. So many storms, wind, hail, tornadoes. You trusted Thompson & Thompson, third generation, roofing, siding, gutters, and attic insulation to put your homes and businesses back together. I'm Dan Thompson. From everyone at Thompson & Thompson, third generation, thank you for trusting us. Click thompson3rd.com.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Whatever you love, find it on eBay. eBay. Things people love.
A team succeeds when they work together. Banking's no different. At UBT, we're in your corner for every financial move you want to make. Your money's backed by a roster of experts who put in the work to know you and your community. So whether you're opening a savings account, buying a home, or planning your future, you always know who to turn to. Working together toward your financial goals. That's a win in our playbook. Union Bank and Trust. Equal housing lender, member FDIC.
Choosing the right candidates for any office can be difficult.
My office has lots of drama.
I share my office. But no matter what kind of office you have, if you're hiring, you need ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter's powerful matching
Don't forget, be listening in about 20 minutes or so, the key word of the Grum. And that will be the key to winning a 4-pack of lower bowl seats for tomorrow night's Creighton, Nebraska men's game at CHI Health Center. In about 20 minutes, we'll give you the key word. And then further instructions will come. Did you see this? Did you hear about this?
Oh, tell me more.
Feast
Well,
week?
no, it's
We saw that and heard about that.
not great news, but the
Oh, I did see this.
the,
Yes.
the Pick Six Previews Twitter handle went back and looked at the worst decade of any blue blood program. This is any 10-year period. So this isn't, just the 80s, just the 90s, just the aughts. It's any 10-year period. And according to Pick Six Previews, and I kind of agree with him here, I think the 8 consensus blue bloods.
Yeah. Mention who these teams
the
are.
8 consensus blue bloods are Alabama, Michigan, Nebraska, Notre Dame, Ohio State, Oklahoma, Texas, and USC.
Okay.
That is a great list.
Yeah.
And, of course, you get the obligatory.
What about Georgia?
They should get rid of Nebraska and put in Oregon because, I was born in 2000 and they got cool uniforms.
Did anyone actually say that?
Yes, there were people
They do have
that
cool
were.
uniforms.
That said Oregon should be in there?
Yes.
Okay, well, people are idiots online, John.
Yes, they are.
That's it.
There are other folks that thought Georgia should be in there, but when you look at the top winningest programs of all time and you look at the
Most
number of titles they've
championships.
won,
This is the
I mean,
list.
Georgia's getting closer, but we're talking historical, long-term
That's why
success.
LSU isn't a blue blood, right?
Right.
Yeah.
That's right. That's why LSU's not a blue blood.
Yeah.
So the 8 consensus blue bloods, Alabama, Michigan, Nebraska, Notre Dame, Ohio State, Oklahoma, Texas, and USC.
Mm-hmm.
According to Pick Six Previews, we are currently living in the worst decade of any of those blue bloods in college football history in the 10-season period.
This is the part. I mean, when you're about to read the number of losses compared to the next closest, it's insane.
From 2015 to present, the 2015 season through the present season,
Mm-hmm.
Nebraska's lost 68 games.
Mm-hmm.
the next worst 10-year period for any of the consensus Blue Bloods in terms of just raw losses,
L's,
was USC from 1991 to 2000 when they lost 52 games.
So think about that. You're talking about 52 versus 68. And I'm guessing there are some people who are like, yeah, but the number of games that teams play now is more consistent than the number of games that teams play. But I'm looking at USC right now from 91 to 2000. Here are the total number of games that they played in every year. And remember, for Nebraska, in this stretch that we're talking about, it's
been generally
13 games,
12.
13 games, and then 12s all around.
Yeah,
because, well, except for the COVID year when they played 9. COVID year.
The COVID year's in there.
Oh, wait, when they played 8.
8 games.
So that actually works against that argument. But anyway, here's what USC played. 91, 11 games. Then they played 12, 13, 12, 12, 12, 11, 13, 12, 12. A pretty comparable number of football games. The difference about...
Well, okay, do some math. Add those up.
All right, so...
Because I'll pull up the old calculator, because at Nebraska, it's been... So in 2015, they played 13 games. And again in 2016. And then it has been 12 in 2018, 12 in 2019, 8 in 2020.
Yikes.
12 in 21, 12 in 22, 12 in 23, and so far 10 games.
And what's the number of football games that you have added that up to?
104. I you know what? I may have, when I was doing my internal math, I think it's 116. Right? So it's 13 plus 13.
Yep. Plus 12.
Plus 12.
That's 17.
Plus 12 is
That's
18.
12
plus
is
12 is 19.
8.
8.
And then 12.
And then 12, 12, 12,
10.
10.
What's that
116.
All right, so you ready for this? USC played 120 games in that time frame. So it's actually worse. It's actually worse. Oh, what do you got? What do you got?
Well, no. I was just looking.
note?
So it's 68 losses in 116 games.
Yeah, what's that winning percentage? I'm gonna. By the way, I'm pulling up Alabama for the same little doohickey that we're doing here. Was that 95? Okay.
Yeah, Nebraska's win percentage has been 41%.
Okay. Alabama
in this last decade.
It's 90. Alabama is at 95.
Alabama, the Alabama decade goes from 95 to 2004.
All right. So in that time
lost
frame,
51 games, which is one behind USC.
Okay, just a second. I'm almost done. Wow, they had a 4-9 season. So they had a 4-win season when they played 13. I assume that they played.
Yeah, because there was those years where they had those extra, like the.
I think they played Hawaii. Are you ready for this? Alabama in that decade for them 11, 13, 11, 12, 13, 11, 12, 13, 13, 12. They played 121 games. This is actually worse than I thought it was when I originally saw that, because I was like, yeah, they've been really, really bad. But, they probably played, more games. They've actually played fewer games.
They played fewer.
Now, no matter what happens, they could go 2-0 in the next 2 games. They will still have more losses.
They've already got more
and they will still
losses.
have fewer games played total than them. Whenever I see a stat like this, or whenever I used to see stats like this, I would always say to myself or say to the audience, man, yeah, Oklahoma, they had some real dark days. And they did. You were there. You remember them in the 90s. Go look at their Wikipedia page, though. It doesn't last as long as you maybe.
It only lasted 4 years.
Because in my mind,
5 years.
I always imagine it to be so much longer in my mind. And it's not.
No.
You're like, okay, what about a Michigan? In the pre-Harbaugh, Brady Hoke, Rich Rod. Again, even the year they lost to App State, they still went to a bowl. They won 9 games that year. They still went to a bowl game. Like, this is unprecedented. This is unprecedented.
Yeah.
For a blue blood, for a program of this caliber. Ugh, that is brutal.
Yeah.
How about this? Another sad stat, since we're on the mode of sad stats. Stu Manji.
Oh, Stu.
So Mitch Sherman gave him this research idea. I can't remember if it was in a column or if he said it in an interview or on the pod. Through 12 weeks of football, so this is just this year. Through 12 weeks of football, only 6 FBS teams have held opponents to 10 points or less in 5 or more games. The records of those teams, 6 FBS teams: Army 9-0, Ohio State 9-1, Texas 9-1, Tulane 9-2, Ole Miss 8-2, and Nebraska 5-5. 5 games with 10 points or less, 5 or more games with 10 points or less, and they are 500. Everyone else is 8-2 or better, including undefeated Army before they lose to Notre Dame this weekend. Not great, John.
Ken says, current decade starting in 2021. Again, this is not about, we're not defining, it's any 10-year period. Any 10-year period in that program's history.
Of years.
You're talking about a decade in terms of number of seasons. You're talking about 10 seasons. Doesn't matter when it starts, as long as it's 10 consecutive seasons.
Yeah.
And this is the worst 10-year run by any of the traditional college football blue bloods in college football history. Travis says, we've reached the lowest of lows from the 40s and 50s. Now, back then, they definitely played a lot fewer games.
I think
they played a lot fewer games back then. But even then, there were, the 40s started with the Rose Bowl team. Okay. And in the 50s, they went to the Orange Bowl, and they had another season that was, I think, like 5-4 or something like that. I'm not saying it was a great decade, but when you're counting up the number of losses and you're comparing against like programs that are the winningest programs in the sport, programs that have won multiple national championships, programs that have been traditionally good at the sport for several decades, going back to pre-World War II. And those 8 traditional blue bloods, no one's had it worse over 10 years than this one has.
What's the lesson to take away from this, man? What's the lesson to take away from this?
I don't know.
What is the...
I don't know if there's a lesson. I mean, certainly, and we've debated this and discussed this ad nauseum about this being kind of a historical course correction, but it's kind of gone beyond that now when you look at it.
Yes, it is now.
When you look at it in these numbers, because, and then it does beg the question, if this trend continues, if Nebraska is still at some point going to be considered a blue blood, that a Georgia might not, jump its place in line. And I know it's a subjective thing. Many people debate on what it is and what it isn't. I mean, Nebraska is not going to be losing its status as a top 10 winningest program, not anytime relatively soon.
I don't think so.
But we've long often talked about the similarities between this program and the old Minnesota program, which was a Big Ten power pre-1960. And then after then, they've just kind of been there.
By the way, I mean, they're now all the way down at number 9. And while Georgia is not like totally on their heels, I guess Yale is in front of them. So Nebraska is technically number 8.
Right. But I mean, we're talking about the big boy programs that have been at the highest level of the sport for decades.
Georgia's 33 wins behind them. USC is 42.
How many wins does Yale have?
942.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, they've also been playing the sport longer.
So basically since the existence of the sport. And they were really good. A lot of those, like Yale and Harvard, are still in the top 10. Penn is number 12.
But they're FCS schools.
Princeton is 15. Yeah.
All right, enough of that depression.
Yeah, geez, what a way to start the show.
Let's slide it on over. Because I did do I wanted to look as we were just debating the playoff and the teams and, the perception of these week schedules. So I wanted to go back and look at every one of the power conferences and determine who has got the best non-conference wins. Because the only way you can truly judge conference versus conference is how do they do against each other. And unfortunately, it's such a small sample size in football.
Some play 3, some play 4.
Exactly. And, a lot of schools are playing FCS schools and so it's
not like college basketball where you get a ton of them.
Yeah.
Or
like
college baseball.
Hell, this week alone, you've got
Feast Week?
Yes, Feast Week.
Nice.
You've got Creighton from the Big East playing Nebraska of the Big Ten. You had Marquette of the Big East playing Purdue of the Big Ten.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you had Alabama of the SEC playing Illinois of the Big Ten. Hell, this week alone, you're going to have probably more good on good in terms of power conference versus power conference non-con games in 1 week of college basketball than you've had in one season of college football. So, I mean, just the idea, it's just very small. But I wanted to look back and say, okay, look at all the teams in these power conferences. What is their best non-conference win? And using K Ford's power rankings, here's what I came up with. So the Big Ten has one non-conference win inside of the top 20 of K Ford, and that was when USC beat LSU. Yes, LSU is still 15th.
See,
in the power rankings.
I'm not going to use this. I'm not going to get on my high horse, but
I'm just.
I know.
I'm trying to keep it all consistent and relative.
If you go just based off of playoff rankings, does Nebraska have the best win? No. Oregon does. Nebraska has the second best win if you go based off of playoff rankings, though, doesn't it?
Yes, they do.
Because they beat Colorado.
And Nebraska has the second best win in the conference by K Ford because Colorado's 22nd.
Look at that.
But the Big Ten has 5 wins inside the K Ford top 50, but they have 8 wins. This is the team's best win coming against teams that are rated 100th or worse, or in the case of Purdue, an FCS win.
Oh, no.
Their only win.
No.
Oof. Now, there are, Notre Dame is still on USC's schedule. That would be a top 20 win if they got it.
They're not going to beat them.
In the SEC, they've got 2 wins inside the K Ford top 20. That's number 13, Clemson, who got smashed by Georgia, and number 20, Tulane, who got beat by Oklahoma.
Tough loss for Tulane as they're fighting for a playoff berth. That's a real big bummer for them.
6 of their best non-con wins have been rated inside the top 50.
Real quick, Kenneth wants to know, are these current K Ford or K Ford at the time? These are current rankings.
Current. These are current
rankings.
today.
Yeah.
2 days rankings. Vandy beating Va Tech, Texas over Michigan, Florida over UCF, Alabama over Wisconsin. Only 3 of a team's best wins came to teams rated 100 or worse. Only 3. There are a couple more opportunities. Kentucky and Louisville. Louisville's number 18. South Carolina, Clemson. Clemson's 13. Georgia Tech. Georgia Tech is 40th. So there's a chance for 3 more top 50 wins remaining. ACC. No wins against a top 20 rated power team.
Unless you want to count, and I know that you'll have a graphic for them at some point. If you want to adjacently count Notre Dame, then you would have one.
Right. This is non-conference. I'm not counting. The only reason I didn't count Notre Dame is because.
Oh, I guess all their games.
And Notre Dame hasn't lost to any ACC schools
because they've whooped them all.
Yes. Best win is Miami's win over Florida.
Wow.
Followed by California over Auburn.
Wow.
Now, there are a couple of opportunities.
Auburn
Clemson,
is
South
number
Carolina.
30?
Yeah, they are. Clemson and South Carolina and Georgia Tech is top 10 or top 20 wins. But 4 of their wins have come against teams rated 100th or worse, FCS, or in the case of Florida State, they have no.
Yeah, O-Trips, FSU, none, LMAO.
No non-conference wins.
Tough look for FSU.
Big 12.
Okay.
They got 2 wins in the top 20, BYU over SMU and Kansas State, again, over Tulane.
Tulane. Wow, really playing a part in the playoff conversation.
Only 2 other wins inside the top 50, Iowa State over Iowa and Oklahoma State over Arkansas. And 6 rated 100th or worse, FCS or none.
Yikes.
So what does the final scoreboard look like when you compare the conferences? Again, these are just rating the best non-conference win by all the teams in their league. SEC and Big 12 have 2 top 20s. SEC still has 2 more opportunities to get a couple more. SEC's got the most top 50 wins. And the Big 10 has the most best non-con wins against bad teams. 8.
Real quick, the top 50 remaining for the Big 10, you didn't count the one that they have in the top 20. That would also be a top 50 win. Or was the next round, was that 21 through 50?
What do you mean?
So you say that the Big Ten has one opportunity for a top 20 game remaining. That would also mean that they
Yeah.
would...
I didn't put that on there. I should have put that on.
Okay, I just want to make sure.
Yeah, you're right.
I didn't know
You're
if that
correct.
was... So is that 3 including the 2, or is that 3 top 50, top like 21 to 50 games that the SEC has remaining? Do you understand what I'm trying to ask here?
Yeah, I didn't count that right. But yes, the Big Ten, yeah, you're right.
Okay.
So they do have...
And the team that we're... and that is, as we already mentioned, that is USC playing Notre Dame. Okay.
So it's interesting when you look at it this way. The Big Ten's non-con was perceptively the weakest of the 4.
Yeah, I was expecting...
Perceptively.
Just given how you teased it, I was expecting more that the SEC would have more top-heavy stuff. But the positive for them is, I mean, they don't have that much more top-heavy. It's basically the same number as the Big Ten. It's just that they don't have the dregs on their schedule like the Big Ten did.
Correct.
Big Ten had a lot of dregs.
So I brought up a conversation yesterday regarding Indiana, and I think their 10-0 record, if it was a commensurate team like a Vanderbilt probably would get a kiss because they're in the SEC. But if it was a commensurate ACC team, and my example is Wake Forest.
Yeah, you said if Wake Forest...
Pretend if Wake Forest played a similar ACC schedule and non-conference schedule that Indiana had this year and had a 10-0 record, I don't think Wake Forest would be 5th.
Yeah.
So I do think, even though while there is this sentiment that Indiana's getting punished because they played a bad schedule,
and because they're not a blue blood,
I do think they are getting a little bit of elevation, because if this were Wake Forest, I don't think Wake Forest right now would be sitting 5th.
So I went into it. I was thinking about this last night on my drive home, because my hypothesis has been the inverse of yours, and that is,
and I should explain real quick. And I think part of the reason I think behind this, remember how much the Big Ten and the SEC have been rattling sabers in the offseason.
They definitely have.
About, hey, we're going to want guaranteed spots. We got to make sure the committee's doing the right job. And I do think subliminally there's some pressure on the committee to make sure that the Big Ten and the SEC are happy at the end of this process.
Well, it's funny because in the end they're both fighting. One conference is arguing for 5, the other is saying, you should keep us.
But it's coming at the expense of the Big Ten, or the Big 12, and especially the ACC, who has a couple of one-loss teams right now.
Do. And yet we view them all as one-bid leagues.
Yeah,
except
they're one-bid leagues. There's no way they can get another team in.
So my argument was that I actually think that they are being punished, and maybe it's not even in the minds of the committee, but more in the minds of people publicly. Kind of going back to the stuff that you read from Ari Wasserman yesterday about, because they're a cute story, and at a certain point a cute story is no longer cute. So I was driving home last night, and I was thinking about that conversation, and it reminded me of a very, very, very recent team that we watched play college football, and that team was last year's Michigan Wolverines. And I was like, man, didn't they have a really crappy schedule before they started playing big dogs? And so I went home and opened it up. Sure enough, here's their first 9 games. Now Indiana's obviously played one more by this point in time, but their first 9 games: East Carolina, UNLV, Bowling Green, Rutgers, Nebraska on the road, Minnesota on the road, Indiana, at Michigan State, and then Purdue. And then finally they played a top 10 team. That was Penn State. They won that game. They beat Maryland by 7, and then they beat Ohio State. Those 9 teams finished the year with an SP plus ranking, averaging 80.1.
That's the whole schedule?
That was those 9 games.
Oh, the non-con, or the conference games.
And the non-conference. That was all of that.
Okay.
80.1. The 9-0 start average, 80.1. The best win that they had was Rutgers, and that team was ranked 56th. In last week's equivalent of the CFP rankings, Michigan was 3rd. So with a very similar basically the same record, very similar performances. Now, Michigan, before the Penn State game, they never had a game closer than 24 points. They beat Rutgers 31-7, and that was their closest game. Indiana, very similar, except for the Michigan game, obviously. And one of the things that I don't think we even brought up Brian Russillo this week and what some of the things that he was saying earlier on. But the idea of Indiana and them being punished because they are not a blue blood, because they are not the teams that we were talking about earlier, I think is true, because a year ago, no one was saying Michigan shouldn't be number 3. No one was saying if they go 11-1, they shouldn't make it to the playoff. And so I find that very interesting that in back-to-back years, they have played very similar schedules. Again, Michigan's non-con was East Carolina, UNLV, and Bowling Green. And I don't think that the lesson from their non-conference was schedule easier. And I don't think anyone last year was saying, Michigan doesn't deserve it because they played a bunch of schlubs. You know, we were celebrating them because they were dominating.
Yeah, but
teams.
how much of that is it's Michigan?
That's the point. And so,
but
I don't feel like Indiana's getting the same benefit.
But
of
I
the
think
doubt.
but again, my comparison is taking a Big Ten perceived weak or non-traditional Big Ten school versus a non-traditional ACC school. I do think Indiana is getting docked for not being Michigan.
But you think they're getting
But I also think they're getting more of a benefit than a team like a Wake Forest would. I would have used an example of Iowa State, but Iowa State's been kind of relevant recently.
But what do you think?
But historically, they've been
What
bad.
about BYU? BYU was 6th last week.
But again,
only
one
spot behind Indiana.
BYU again behind Indiana, even though they had a better resume than Indiana.
Do you think? See,
yes,
this is where we disagree.
Yes, absolutely, Josh. We can't argue that they have played better teams. Kansas State and SMU are better teams than anybody that Indiana's played.
When I say resume, I don't just think of who they played. I also think of how they performed in those games.
I understand that, but
they won by 3 against Oklahoma State. They won by 13 against UCF. They won by 1 point against Utah. That is resume. That is still resume.
It is. But again,
1 point win
Indiana
over a bad
did
Utah.
not play anybody.
I know.
But
maybe that's where we differ.
That's very important. That's very important.
I just don't understand why winning games by a lot of points isn't resume. That is also your resume. Your resume is not just average ranking, but it is also margin of victory.
Your big thing is about, but they didn't lose.
And they won by a lot of points.
But BYU didn't lose. And they played at least 2 better teams than anybody on Indiana's schedule. And that has to matter.
They were also taken to the wire by more teams than have taken Indiana to the wire.
Better teams.
No, Oklahoma State's not a better team than Michigan.
It could be a push. Who knows?
They had to win that game on a Hail Mary, basically, with like a minute to go. They had to beat Utah, a garbage team, at the very end of the game. Like, that's resume.
But again,
you don't think that proves
no.
They
have a better resume. They have a better resume of teams that they have played in Indiana. And thus,
better resume of teams they have played, yes. Better resume, no.
Disagree. It's all got to be one big thing.
It is. You're the one who's missing the point.
No, I am getting the point.
Resume.
You're not giving the schedule any credit.
No, I am. I'm just saying.
No, you're not. If you were.
What is the strength of schedule of BYU? Is it that much better than Indiana's? Is it that much better than Indiana's?
I don't know.
I mean, we could probably look at it, right?
Well, I don't know what the numbers that the committee uses are not available.
No,
I'm
talking about, because we keep quoting K Ford all the time. I'm saying compared to what he has. So where is his strength of schedule number at?
I don't know if he has one. Does he?
Rats.
I don't think he has one.
Yeah, I guess I don't think we're ever going to agree on this because I feel like BYU being number 6 last week proves my point.
I believe it proves my point that Indiana's getting docked because they're Indiana.
Yes.
But they're getting a benefit that teams from the ACC and the Big 12 would not get because they are in the Big 10.
What do you think about Cincinnati a couple of years ago? What explains them being able to climb as high as they did?
Well, that was an odd season.
No, John, I'm looking at the playoff rankings for one of these weeks. They were 10-0 in front of 9-1 Michigan, 9-1 Michigan State. Now they beat 9-1 Notre Dame, 9-1 Oklahoma State, 9-1 Wake Forest.
Got to remember, though, it's a different mindset when you're doing committees are different, too. I'm just talking about this year, this committee, and what they're doing.
Okay.
And I think the saber rattling by the Big Ten and the SEC has helped a little bit. Now, what will be super duper fascinating is what happens to Indiana, depending on the margin of victory, assuming it's Ohio State, and how Indiana is docked for that. If it happens.
Definitely.
It'll be real interesting.
I mean, TCU climbed to number 4 a couple years ago, well before the end of the playoff was chosen. They were in the top 4 for basically all of the playoff.
Right, rankings. But it was a different era. Again, I think the saber rattling by these conferences has done a little bit of voodoo Jedi mind trick. But we have a key word. for a 4-pack of tickets to the lower bowl of tomorrow night's game, Creighton, Nebraska at the CHI Health Center. Here is the key word you need to be listening for sometime later in the Grum and be caller 8. The word transition. Transition.
It's like Pee-wee's Playhouse.
Transition. When you hear that word, the next time after I say it this one last time, transition, be caller 8, and you will win the 4-pack to tomorrow night's game, the I-80 rivalry.
Perfect.
Which will be heard right here, along with the women's game on 1620 The Zone. Couple of responses. One of our favorites in the Equitable Bank inbox. It's Mina.
Oh, Kansas basketball conversation time?
Not yet. Hard to fall Indiana. He's siding with you, Josh, since they're crushing everybody. They had 2 teams from last season's national championship game on their schedule, and Ohio State, who is one of the odds-on favorite to win it all this season. Not their fault. The schedule they were assigned has not materialized in what it could have been. Plenty of other teams in the playoff are on the edges of making it have weak non-con schedules. Indiana is very deserving of a spot in the playoff, and I have them in my playoff
for now.
But I do think at the end of the day, and I know it. What I wouldn't dock teams for is if they had scheduled, like let's say if Indiana had scheduled Florida State this year, I would not punish Florida State for a weak non-conference schedule.
You mean you wouldn't punish Indiana for
Indiana? I'm sorry, I would not punish Indiana
Florida State
because Florida State basically just pooped the bed to the sentient toilet. But you do have to consider if we're going to use these conferences against each other and say, well, this league is tougher than this league. We do have to consider schedule strength. But no, I have not left Indiana out of the playoff by any means.
Let me read you an email we got yesterday from one of our listeners, Zach, who wrote, John isn't ranking teams based on how good he thinks they are. He's ranking them based on the straw man of not wanting to set a hypothetical precedent for teams' future scheduling. That's absurd. Now, I don't think that is what you are doing. But do you think that you are a little too focused on what this would mean versus just discussing the team on its own merit?
No, that's an after effect. See, I think...
But you have brought it up multiple times.
Of course I have. Because let's face it, teams are going to use this as justification. They most certainly are. And listen, Texas will be, in my opinion, should be scrutinized as heavily. And Ohio State, if Ohio State loses on Saturday, they should be scrutinized very heavily for their very weak non-conference schedule. Now, they did play the 3 heavy hitters in the Big Ten, so that's going to help them.
Mm-hmm.
That's going to help them a lot. But the schedule has to matter at some point. Again, it'd be a lot easier to do this exercise if we had more crossover games. If we had more cross-pollination between these big leagues, but sadly, there's seemingly less and less.
We probably should have done this days ago, as you keep bringing up strength of schedule, and I keep bringing up margin of victory. We probably should have created a pie chart, and how big of a piece is strength of schedule for you, and how big of a piece is margin of victory for you? Because it seems like I really do care more about that than you do, and you care more about the overall strength of schedule. Because I know you are flabbergasted that I'm not yes, Josh, or yes, John, I agree with you on strength of schedule. And I am stunned that you don't view them and say, wow, they just dominate everybody. That matters to me less than it does to you.
It would matter more to I wouldn't be as strong against Indiana if they hadn't almost choked it to Michigan.
See, and that's crazy. But you have to almost losing matters that much.
But when that's the one team that and they're not even that good. So I don't want to. I don't want to inflate them.
I always bring up Georgia. Why do we not punish Georgia for almost losing to Kentucky or Alabama for almost losing a third game to South Carolina? Why is there? Is it just because that was the one tough team?
Because the difference was Georgia's at least been tested by people in their weight class. Indiana's not played anybody in their weight class yet.
Yeah, because
that's why.
But when they play teams that are slightly below their weight class, they eviscerate them. They just kill them. They murder them off the football field. They are beating all of these rankings have Oklahoma this high, Nebraska again is Oklahoma.
I would say this of that, Nebraska's the only team that qualifies because Northwestern.
Washington.
They didn't crush Washington. They beat them by 11.
No, Indiana?
Yeah, wasn't it because that was a game Rourke didn't play in. Wasn't it 35-21 or something?
They won 31-17. They beat
them
by 14 points. With their backup quarterback. That's not impressive. That's a damn good win.
Sure, yeah, no.
And Washington is solid-ish.
But I'm saying, but you're saying eviscerated. They eviscerated Nebraska.
All right, they eviscerated every team except for Michigan, Washington, and the other games are all by 14 or more points. So
right, but it's
they beat Michigan State 47-10. They scored 47 unanswered on them.
Again, I'm not keeping them out of the playoff, but I do think, and this is where the magic of the 12-team structure is, you can be a little more judicious about seeding.
Oh, they definitely can, and they definitely will.
Versus if this were a 4-team playoff, right?
Oh yeah.
If this were a 4-team
playing
playoff,
for their
ooh,
lives.
boy.
Yeah, they're playing
exactly.
for their lives this weekend.
But when you've got a little bit of room to fudge in terms of the difference between a 7 seed and a 10 seed, especially given that it's a home field advantage, that's where I think these types of arguments can really be meted out.
And for the record, I think they will be punished, and I think they're going to have to go on the road. The only way that they get a home game is if they win this week, win versus Purdue, and then lose a close game to Oregon.
And
I don't think they can get up.
I would probably agree with you
If
on
they
that.
go 11-1, I think they're the 9 seed or worse.
I'd probably agree with you on that.
And then they have to
Again,
go
be
south. Very
listening
sad.
for the key word that we gave you in the last segment and be caller number 8, and you'll win a 4-pack of tickets to tomorrow night's Creighton, Nebraska game. We have not said the word yet. And oh, by the way, the word must be spoken by one of the 3 of us.
Nice.
So if you hear it in a commercial or
Doesn't
a
count.
liner, it does not count.
Just us.
It must be us, me, Josh, or Nick, who says the magic word, the key word.
Mm-hmm.
With that, we will transmit our broadcast with Robin Washut next.
Perfect.
On 1620 The Zone.
sexy people. All you fly mothers, you don't know that.
Robin Washut.
Blissful ignorance, I think it could be an advantage here.
Robin Washut.
Yeah, I'm a ball guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's going to be absolutely huge. The hot take.
Wash it. Wash it's good. Wash it.
Yeah, Washut's real good.
Wash it. Wash it's good. Wash it.
Yeah, Washut's real good.
He is Robin Washut of HuskerOnline.com. Robin, welcome. How's your Thursday?
Thank you for having me, everybody.
It's always good to have you.
I love talking to you, Robin.
It's good to have a fellow Eli Manningite.
Yes. How about that, Josh?
Yeah, I'm not surprised that the New York City Illuminati media has that bum on
Boston.
there. Yeah, John's a Boston.
I love the hub.
He's a Boston guy now, Robin. Robin, how many points are the Giants
Just the
going to beat the Cowboys by on Thanksgiving next week? There's no way that you're that bad, right? Like it's finally going to end. The streak's going to end. The Cowboys stink.
I don't know if you're familiar with what's happening in our quarterback situation right now, but we're going back to
who's starter again?
Tommy Cutlets.
That's right.
Robin,
I missed it. What did Daniel Jones say? I saw that he gave a statement, but I haven't had a chance to watch it. Was it awkward?
No. I mean, it was like a minute and a half, just kind of like thanking for the opportunity. He kind of got emotional, thanking his teammates for, keeping him up through a tough time. And, you feel bad for the guy because, it wasn't like a lack of effort. He didn't do anything wrong. He just wasn't very good.
Yeah.
So unfortunately, that market will chew you up and spit you out if you don't bring it. And that's what happened to poor Danny.
Hey, Robin, before we get to Husker stuff, YouTube user wants to know about the Steakhouse dining experience in Beverly Hills because Sip didn't fill us in earlier this week. You got any?
We forgot to ask.
Yeah, we did. That was on our part. What happened? Was it any fun?
High level. Highlight of the trip, to be honest with you. It's Mastro's was the place, and it's a chain in pretty much every major city around the country, but probably one of the nicer places I have ever been to. It had a dress code, and I was worried about did I pack a nice enough shirt or whatever? But then speaking of simple, he gets off the airplane, whatever, and he's got these highlighter green running shoes.
Oh.
And Sean looks at him and is like, "Hey, you brought other shoes, right?" And Sip's like, "Oh, yeah. And then a few minutes later, I'm walking with Sip, and he's like, "I didn't have the heart to tell Sean. I said, these are the only shoes I brought." And so he got real nervous that they were going to let him in because he's wearing these electric green running shoes. And so he called the restaurant ahead of time to ask if it'd be okay. And luckily their dress code had some flexibility. They said if they turned away people wearing tennis shoes, they'd go out of business. So
that's funny.
We avoided disaster there, had a really good meal. I'm glad I wasn't paying. And then that made it taste even better.
Always.
All right. Well, tomorrow night we'll all be gathered together at the CHI Health Center for the 58th renewal of the I-80 rivalry. We saw in this game, Robin, 2 years ago when Nebraska scored the upset, Derek Walker getting the better of Ryan Kalkbrenner in the post. Obviously, Walker's not there anymore, but how things work in the post, how do you see that plan coming together? Because this matchup of front courts is rather interesting given and backcourts, given Nebraska's size versus Creighton's speed.
Mm-hmm. And I mean, for Nebraska to have any chance whatsoever, the formula that happened 2 years ago needs to play out almost to a T, to where offensively Nebraska took the air out of the ball, slowed things down in every possession, and just basically played a two-man game with Derek Walker and Sam Griesel, where Walker kind of bullied a younger Ryan Kalkbrenner in the paint, had 22 points, and just kind of took it right at him.
Yep.
And then Sam Griesel used his size advantage against smaller Creighton guards and just basically played YMCA basketball, where he backed them down to the paint and took shots in the lane, and it worked. It slowed Creighton down, threw them out of rhythm. They didn't have really an answer for what they were doing. And then on the other end, Creighton shot, what were they, 10 of 40 or something from three-point range in that game.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
That's the key. If Nebraska can slow it down and, play this, kind of plotting style of offense all at once. But if they're trading 2s for 3s, it's going to be a short night for them. So they need Creighton to miss because they're going to have to devote so much, even with their increased size with Mia and Morgan and Berke. Like, I don't know if any of those guys can just go one-on-one with Kalkbrenner. So they're going to have to continue to do their baseline trap defense. And with that, will always present open looks on the perimeter, especially with a good passing big like Kalkbrenner is. And so Nebraska's kind of got to pick its poison. It's a lot similar to what they had to do last year, and it burned them because Creighton lit it up from 3, and the game was over basically by halftime. But then 2 years ago, they tried the same thing, and it worked.
Yeah,
because Creighton missed 3s. So that's what's going to have to happen. They got to slow it down on offense, control the pace. They've been really bad at turning the ball over and getting in the paint and making bad decisions, kind of like forcing it out of control a little bit. And when they do that, it creates turnovers, it leads to bad shots, it leads to block shots. And if you do that against Creighton, they will absolutely murder you in transition. So they have to have thorough ball security, be efficient when they do get their shots, and then hope that Creighton has a cold night from the three-point line. If that all happens, then they might have a chance.
So who has the Greasel role then? Is that Bryce Williams?
Bryce to an extent, but Raleigh as well.
Yeah,
okay. Early conference games, I mean, he's 6'4", 215 pounds. Like he's a big kid, and whether it's Ashworth or whoever's guarding him, like there's probably going to be at least a decent size advantage there. And so I don't know if it's necessarily going to be straight Sam Greasel, just because Sam was such a unique player at that point guard spot. But I think you can maybe see a little bit of that because we've seen Raleigh do a little bit of that this season in non-conference play against some of these smaller conference guards. When Nebraska struggled offensively, he just kind of backs them down and plays that old man game and just goes get a bucket. So I'm sure there'll be some element of that, but certainly Raleigh, certainly Bryce are going to be two critical pieces for them offensively, not just with their scoring, but setting the pace and then executing when they're in the half court.
Robin, did you come away from the loss on Sunday feeling better about the team and their prospects this year, the same, or dare I say worse? I'm guessing it's not going to be the last option. So were you better about the same, given how they they got off to a real bad start against St. Mary's, and then they clawed back, they took the lead, and obviously they ended up losing?
Slightly better. St. Mary's is a good team, but that was also a major missed opportunity for Nebraska. And for them to start the game like that with, the only reason they play in Sioux Falls is because it is such an enormous home court advantage with the perk of a neutral site game. And they did not capitalize on that whatsoever until at the end of the first half, early into the second. And then, you kind of saw what that picture could look like. They were knocking down threes. You saw a more aggressive Berke Bjorkjul. Bryce Williams was having, a near career day. And so that picture really looked good for a while there. But at the beginning of the game, it was rough. At the end of the game, when things kind of went cold for him, it got rough again. And so that's, I think you're seeing signs of progress from the first game to now, or I guess to Sunday. But it's just been kind of incremental. And now they don't have the luxury of easing into things anymore. They didn't on Sunday, and they got them beat. Now they're going in their first true road game in as hostile of an environment as they're going to face all season. And we'll see how ready they are, but they've progressed. Maybe not at the rate you would hope at this point, but I think they are a better team now than they were earlier in the year. And a big part of that to me is guys like Berke becoming a little more comfortable and more aggressive. You got all these new pieces that are trying to figure themselves out. That's a real sign of optimism that important players that Nebraska needs to be good are starting to make progress. But at the same time, their three-point shooting has been atrocious, and Connor Essegian has to get more involved. I don't know what they need to do, if they need to run like a K-Say style offense where they're double screening him or setting up design plays to get him open looks. He is their best three-point shooter, and for a team that is shooting 27% from behind the arc this year, they need all the help they can get. So I don't know what they need to do to get him going, but they got to figure out something because he's the X factor for improving that element.
Robin, I know you mentioned earlier on the Creighton transition game and what it means if they get it going. But looking back through the first 4 box scores, 4 fast break points is the max so far. And I know Creighton may be a different level than some of these other teams are out there, but do you think if Creighton is allowed to run a little bit that Nebraska's done a better job this season, or at least has the athletes to get back in a scramble drill, get back on defense, and maybe not allow that Creighton transition game to be as impactful if it gets going?
Yeah, they've been better at it, but again, Creighton's unlike anything they've seen to date. St. Mary's was the best team they've played thus far, and they're a totally different style than what they're going to see against Creighton. And Creighton I like the way that Fred described it, where he said that they're just a random offense in the sense that they can do anything at any given time because they have so many strengths. And it starts with Kalkbrenner, but then it goes beyond with the veteran playmakers they have on the perimeter and the shooting they have at the other 4 spots. Like, that just makes it a almost impossible task to defend. And so that's why I say, like, Nebraska's got to pick its poison, and it's got to be putting their resources and attention on Kalkbrenner and just hoping everybody else goes cold. If they let Kalkbrenner do his thing in the paint, the game's over. If they let Creighton thrive in transition, the game's over. So there's a very specific path that they have to follow, and slowing Creighton down in transition is as important as anything, maybe next to doing whatever they can to bottle up Kalkbrenner.
So what do you think is going to happen?
I think Creighton wins. I think you're probably looking at a double-digit spread at this point, 10 to 12, maybe at that rate. And I don't know. We just haven't seen how Nebraska is going to respond to a true road environment. They went away from PVA for the first time and didn't do all that great. They had their moments and built up a lead, but they quickly gave it away. And you just saw a lot of inconsistency. If they're inconsistent on tomorrow night, it's going to be a long night for them. So, again, like I said, there is a path for Nebraska to win this game.
Yes.
And they've shown that if they follow that path 2 years ago, they can go do it. But it's a specific path that a lot of things need to go their way for it to happen.
My buddy Bart, it's that time of year again.
Oh, it's hoops time, baby.
8.3 margin for Creighton.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I think Ken Palm had it at 10. So maybe it's in the 8 to 10 range as opposed to 10 to 12.
But as we've seen, I mean, that's all things being relative, that's kind of equivalent to a 1-possession game in football, right? I mean, I know it's like 3 or 4 possessions, but in terms of, just a couple of missed free throws here, made 3 there. I mean, certainly it could be. And that's another part of this game too, is, Nebraska, first time in, I think it's 30 years that they've had 4 straight games where they've attempted at least 25 free throws.
Crazy. Their free throw numbers are nuts.
And, of course, Creighton notoriously does not foul a lot, but how this game is called, too, and how much physicality Nebraska thinks it can get away with, and forcing the officials to blow that whistle could also really dictate, because, that's the area, Robin, where I see if they don't get as many free throws, then you got to make up for it at the 3-point line. But if they do get the free throws, then the current 3-point shooting woes could still be a thing, but you still might be all right.
Yeah, they've been able to manufacture so much offense at the free throw line and then off second chance points with offensive rebounds. And those are 2 areas of strength for Creighton. Like I said, they don't foul and they rebound really well. So, that makes it even more precarious for Nebraska, that if they don't start making their threes, how are they going to find offense if those fallbacks aren't there and they're not getting the calls and going to the free throw line? And then vice versa, when Kalkbrenner gets the ball, Nebraska's going to have to bully him around a little bit and kind of push the limit of that physicality and see what they can get away with from the officials. Because if they allow a lot of contact and they're able to kind of rough Kalkbrenner up, they have the size and the post depth to do it this year.
Yeah.
It's the first time in a long time.
Yeah.
So, like you said, the ref, as always, could have a very heavy hand in how this game goes.
Robin, would you like to know who the officials are? Because I could tell you.
Oh,
I have the timing sheet. Pat Driscoll, James Breeding, Keith Kimball.
Okay.
So all guys who have worked both Big Ten and Big East games.
Yeah, I don't have any overwhelmingly disparaging feelings about any of those guys. So that's okay. That's good, right?
No, it's a veteran crew. It's a veteran crew.
Could be worse. It could be much worse.
Yes. Find out during the broadcast if I have a problem with you.
We will definitely find out the answer to that question. By the way, the official line, Robin, is because it's available right now.
Oh, it is. Okay.
10.5 point.
Okay.
The Creighton Blue Jays. The total 150.5.
Okay. That's about what I figured.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, again, there's a path. We'll see how close Nebraska can get to staying on track of it.
Also, Duke's playing Arizona tomorrow. How about that? Basketball.
Arizona's got to bounce back.
Duke's
Yeah, they do.
Johnson lost. That was a rough one for him.
Yeah, Duke's already lost this year.
They're 12 already?
Yeah, they lost.
I guess, yeah, it's not basketball season yet for me. I'll get there. See you guys in March. Just kidding. I watched the Nebraska St. Mary's game on Sunday, and I've watched the Creighton game so far.
What do you want, a cookie?
I mean, yes.
It's like a Tootsie Roll?
I should. The football guy's watching the hoops.
All right. Well, didn't even get a football question.
I know. Hey, it's basketball season for some. So it's
That's
okay.
right.
It's the I-80 rivalry. It's a great game.
Yeah.
It's a great
We
series.
love the interstate, don't we, folks?
I do.
We talk about what matters on this show.
That's right.
Yeah.
I was thinking the other day.
See you later,
man,
Rob. We got to get back to the CFP.
It is so nice to have 3 lanes, both directions. I was thinking back to what it was like when I first started working here. And there was that one stretch that was 2 lanes. I'm like, there's no way I would have been able to.
2 lane?
No, 2 lanes, not 2 lane.
Nice.
Hey, I'm just glad we could talk some Eli Manning, some basketball, and some traffic flow.
Yep.
That's exactly what I wanted.
And steak. Don't forget the steak.
And the steak. And yellow shoes or green shoes.
Sipple's shoes.
Nice.
Sipple's neon green shoes.
Love it.
All right, Robin.
Bye, Robin.
We'll see you at the arena tomorrow night.
Yep. See you guys.
There he is, Robin Washut, HuskerOnline.com. Yes, we got our winner.
Yeah.
Now-
See, okay, so what happened was during the break, John and Nick were all worried. What if a commercial says transition? And I said, that'd be cool. It'll make the listeners pay attention more. And they were like, no, we're going to have to make it for us. And then, of course, Robin drops the word transition like 2 minutes
But
in.
I had just said
I know, which
it
you
had to
shouldn't
be
have.
one of us.
It would have been more fun if it was just going off of Robin.
How did he said it like 6 times? There was one time he said it like 4 times in a minute.
Yeah. Well, there was a lot. I mean, I had the same quote written down. I was going to ask Robin about it if John hadn't gotten to it, but Fred bringing up transition yesterday. If you let him get out in transition, you might as well not even get off the bus. Woo!
Who won?
Bob, Tim, Jim.
Justin,
congrats,
out,
you
Justin.
and 3 of your friends, family, or any combination thereof, or maybe it's 3 strangers are going to the game with you tomorrow and sitting in the lower bowl and enjoying the beauty of Creighton and Nebraska.
Wow.
The blue versus the red.
Wear your finest white t-shirt, because apparently it's a stripe out. Is that what they're doing?
No, it's a blue out, you moron.
I'm just kidding.
Oh, they're all going to blue themselves.
Yes, John, you need to quote Tobias Funke. I forget, are you an Arrested Development guy? Did you ever watch AD?
No.
Oh, John, it's
man.
such a good show.
Watch the first 3 seasons and then don't watch anything else. But Tobias at one point said, I just blew myself.
Because he's trying to be in the Blue Man
Trying to
group.
be in the Blue Man group. That could be you tomorrow. Word of the game. I just blew myself.
Are you also a never nude, John?
Ha! Do you wear jeans underneath your undies, John?
Jean shorts?
Gosh, what a show.
When we
Season 4
continue,
happened.
it'll be we'll have some Matt Rhule audio.
I want to get back to the playoff. Many people want to chime in on this.
You don't want to hear from Matt Rhule? He had some important things to say.
He did. Yeah, we can hear from him too.
I mean, there is a game tomorrow for
Saturday, John. It's Thursday.
Whatever.
We're on live. It's Thursday at 3:54 p.m.
16:20 the zone.
harder you get coached, the more we have to then coach.
The only one who could ever reach me was the son of a preacher man.
We're going to absolutely murder you. I just think grass is better. Our kids, they're on an iPad nowadays. They're on their phone. They're doing something, and there's just not a lot of frustration in their everyday lives. It's 4th and goal every single day in our building. A lot of times coaches will say, like, hey, we're going to keep it vanilla. We're not doing that. It's painful right now. It's painful. It's painful.
If we die, we die.
I thought you said that these dubbed in nice and neat.
What do you mean?
These are last week's.
Oh, are those last week's?
Those are all.
You know
from,
why, John?
Why?
It's because they did dub in, and I forgot to put them
He
on
didn't
that
put them
wall.
on the wall.
I can do that really quick.
Well, then I can tell you that this week's zone deal is to Le Voltaire, which is a locally owned French restaurant serving the Omaha community for 22 years. Unpretentious down-home cooking, serving classic French dishes, handcrafted cocktails, and more. And this week, get 2 $25 vouchers, a $50 value for only $25. Going on sale tomorrow morning at
9 o'clock.
9 a.m.
Yeah.
1620thezone.com.
Awesome.
One thing that I did not have in the audio, apparently the flu bug has gone through the program. And now, while Rhule said he did not, pardon the pun, rule anybody out.
Hey-oh, transition.
Because of the flu. Money Chris writes, think of all the really happy sentient toilets in the Husker locker room. Going back to yesterday's dumb debate.
Oh,
well
that's
done.
good. That's very funny.
Well done.
That's very funny.
However, there were some players. There was one player that was definitely ruled out.
Pardon the pun again.
And there was one that you don't have to connect too many dots to realize that he has been ruled out.
Yeah.
Is that all of them?
Most of them.
Okay.
Go for it.
Well, hopefully you have the one you need.
Well, here's the player who has been ruled out. It is cornerback Tommy Hill.
The next 2 games, he's tried to play. It's obviously it's tough for him. He's dealing with a lot, and so I just shut him down. He's been invited to the Senior Bowl. Maybe he'll be ready for bowl practice, but he's out there, but he's playing half speed, 3/4 speed, and so that's led to obviously led to the first touchdown in this game, led to the first touchdown in the Indiana game, led to first touchdown in the Illinois game. So I feel for him. Came to the year with high expectations. Had the foot injury, and it's just never quite been the same.
Man, that is he just kind of crapped all over him.
You think he did?
Yeah, the bet. He's like, yeah, he gave up this touchdown. He gave up that touchdown. He gave up that touchdown.
Okay, yeah, yeah. I
hear
you clucking,
so
old chicken.
Here's my follow up. I'd be like, if he's not healthy, if he's not what he needs to be, like, why'd you play him then?
Why'd you play him before? Good question. We'll get to the other.
He's not wrong though. By the way, the play that he missed last week to start that game was
not good.
The first touchdown, and then the next play, the tackle. Like that was a pretty. You want to talk about back-to-back rough plays for any individual on the team this season? That is amongst the worst back-to-back plays one single player has had the entire year.
Well, then let's go to the next part, which is he was asked about the Wisconsin passing game, and then that, of course, led into a conversation about Nebraska's secondary situation.
Wisconsin has great wideout production. I think Pauling is an first-team All-Big Ten player. I know he got banged up in the last game, so I don't know his status, but knowing the competitor that he is, I mean, he'll play wideout, then he's a gunner on punt. He's one of my favorite players to watch. But they've got a ton of other production. So, they've got a good passing game. Tough, hard-nosed physical run game. So, we have to play better in the secondary than we did last week. A lot of that comes down to communication, making sure we're on the same page. We'll probably have to play some young guys at this point, based upon, just a practice week and the reps and see how the game flow goes. But I think the biggest thing is we have very capable defenders. Last week was a week where we gave up some big plays on just some confusion, some mixed coverages. what looks like, man, we almost had a pick there was, busted coverage, unfortunately. So we play better in the back end. Hopefully it'll give us a chance.
So we wonder about which young defensive backs are going to make it. I mean, I would assume there might be some guys that might be making some debuts tomorrow or Saturday. I keep thinking today's Friday for some reason.
Yeah, why do you think that is?
I don't know.
You want to get Ken on the show, Nick?
We didn't do a movie.
I have watched the movie already.
Wow, look at you working ahead.
I was excited.
I think I'm going to watch it on the way to Vegas.
I watched it last summer. Anyway, but that is
rewatch it, John.
That is the situation in the defensive secondary.
Yes.
Now, while Matt Rhule did talk up Will Pauling, Wisconsin's top receiver in terms of catches, he's not the top receiver in terms of yards per catch. That's Vinny Anthony, who has got almost 18 yards per catch, one of the higher numbers that we've seen from a Big Ten receiver this season. This is not a team that throws the ball very well.
No.
Braden Locke is 9-9 on touchdowns and interceptions, and he's completing 55% of his passes. We'll get to the Heckle, the eckle later on, but it is. If there was a game that you went into where you didn't have Tommy Hill and you might have to play some new guys, this is not the worst scenario to be in. Because this is not a great Wisconsin offense.
No, it is
throwing
not.
The football.
They have scored 52 points and 42 points in individual Big Ten games, but have averaged just 12 points per game in their last 3 games. They also convert less than 40% of their third downs. They are 4th worst in the entire conference. 4th worst.
Well, the rumors were abound yesterday and last night about Malachi Coleman.
Yes.
Brian Christopherson of Husker 24/7 asked about Malachi today.
A lot of people wonder about Malachi. Is he available right now? Or
I don't know that it's appropriate on a Thursday game week to be talking about redshirting players. I don't think that's fair to our seniors.
Awkward.
Yeah.
Awkward.
In the words of Ken Harrison, he gone.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Along the lines of being awkward, Aiden writes, man, does Rhule sound defeated? I know that we've brought this up now multiple times, the body language.
I saw you watching the press conference today. What'd you think?
Yeah. It was just because I was having lunch while it was happening, so I missed it live, but I was following along. So I'm seeing all the quotes, and then I watch it, and again, it's the 1960 debate all over again. It really is.
Oh, no.
He's not sweaty, but it's just like, man, this just, I think his confidence is sapped. And what an interesting little exchange there. I'm happy that BC asked about it because, yeah, you're right.
Well, it needed to be. There were so many rumors out there, and to kind of dismiss the question in that manner.
Yeah.
I'm not saying Rhule was being rude, but.
Yeah, so for those who don't know, the portal has not officially opened up.
No.
So as of this moment in time, if someone were to say, hey, I heard that a player is in the portal. If somebody said that, they would be wrong because the portal does not open until December 9th.
Correct.
But as many people pointed out yesterday, including reporters who cover the team on their own message boards, he is not technically in, but all of the signs are pointing to him being in. And that is what I have heard from those that I trust as well, that he is not in the portal.
He will be entering.
He, at the very least, he will not be participating in Nebraska football this season moving forward. I feel very comfortable in saying that. Very comfortable in saying that.
Here was Matt Rhule today asked about Dana Holgorsen and really about, hey, an extra week now of, getting to know everything. How do you think things will go? Here was Matt Rhule today on Dana Holgorsen.
He was very direct in his press conference. I'm not quite as direct because I'm the head coach, but he was very direct, and he's been very direct with them. If they want to win, they're going to have to go make plays. They're going to have to catch balls, break tackles, make long runs, make big blocks against an excellent defense, score touchdowns in the red zone. And it's not the plays that do it; it's the players that do it. And I don't know what the right word is, imprinting that to them. For all year it was like, Sat was saying it to him, but, all the noise was, well, it's Sat's fault. So the players can sometimes be like, well, gosh, if Sat did a better job. Well, no, Dana comes in and he's saying the same exact thing. Hey, go make that play. Like, we're not kicking field goals. We're not kicking field goals on third down in the red zone. Like, go make the play on third down. So I think that's good. That's the way we want to empower our players. We want our players to believe that players win games. And so I think Dana's juice and energy and intensity, and the fact that the guys, they have nowhere to turn, except to turn to themselves. Like, I want us to go win the game, and I want our players to walk off proud knowing that they won the game. Coach Rhule didn't win the game. Dana didn't win the game. Tony didn't win the game. I want the players to go win the game.
And that's been his message a lot the last couple of weeks.
Yeah.
It's not, remember what he said about Satterfield before he removed him as OC was, you are Satterfield. It's, Spartacus. We are all Satterfield. It is our offense. It's not Satterfield's offense. He's really been hitting that lately.
Perhaps the mystery player that was referred to by Dana Holgerson the other day.
Not Malachi Coleman.
Is not Malachi Coleman. Maybe it's another wide receiver. Maybe it's Quinn Clark. He was asked about today.
He's been on the scout team for most of the year. He's a guy, he came in, big, raw athlete, but he's got great ball skills, movement, change of direction, body control. So he was up last week, there if needed. He's practiced, some this week. Obviously, as I said, we've had some situations with the flu and all that stuff. So he's gotten a ton of reps this week. I don't know that you'll see him necessarily in the game flow, but by being up with the varsity, I think it gives him a chance to develop and also gives Dana a chance to see him. So excited about what I think he has a chance to be if he does the work.
And this is the son of the late Ken Clark, former Nebraska running back from the 80s. A kid out of Montana who really lit things up there. It'd be a nice little jolt to the system if you can get a kid like this some reps.
Yeah,
in a game
the
like
11th game of the year.
Sure.
Yeah, for sure.
Try to make things happen.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. One last thing. It is, it's just the general message of the week.
So it's going to come down just really to execution, the matchup, how we match up with Wisconsin, the things that we do well. So I've just encouraged them to focus, and I've encouraged them not to shy away from the gravity of this, to lock into and lean into it. And, the only way out is to go through it. So they've got to bust through this week.
Fascinating. I don't think he's wrong, but you wonder if this program is still ready to embrace something like that.
I thought last week's game was the one flew over the cuckoo's nest game. I know they didn't make a sequel to that movie, but we got a sequel to that game because you got two teams right now.
I know, man,
that are just kind of lost in the wilderness. And maybe you could say that about a lot of these Big Ten teams that are stuck in the middle. But when you consider, especially last week, newer coach with very high expectations, obviously not hitting those expectations. Luke Fickell hired in the same class as Matt Rhule. Remember Rhule's press conference and Fickell's press conference? Weren't they on the same day 2 years ago?
Sounds about right.
When they were both announced, and certainly they were brought in to, rejuvenate a struggling program. And they've both fallen on hard times, had very identical seasons. Honestly, the only difference between last year's Wisconsin season and Nebraska was Wisconsin won the game. If Wisconsin doesn't win the game, Nebraska's going to a bowl. Wisconsin's probably sitting at home.
Mm-hmm.
And now this year, exact same spot.
It's the same
Both
scenario.
teams 5-5. Winner goes to a bowl game for sure. Loser has a rivalry game the following week with all the pressure in the world on them.
Last year, Wisconsin entered this game on a 3-game losing streak. Nebraska entered the game on a 2-game losing streak. This year, Nebraska enters with a 4-game losing streak, and Wisconsin, yet again, a 3-game losing streak. The vibes for this one, certainly not great. Their head coach, I would say, is under a bit more pressure right now from the fan base, from within, but neither guy is feeling really good about their programs. Or I guess neither fan base is feeling pretty good about their programs at this moment in time.
Well, it is rivalry day. Tomorrow, Creighton takes on Nebraska in both men's and women's basketball, and we start your coverage in the morning. Gary Sharp Show. Through the Connor Happer Show. We will be on the air for an abbreviated Grum before Josh takes over full-time at 3:45 with the pregame of the women's game, and then we'll have a short between-game show with Jimmy Allen. Then myself and Tyler Clement will take over from CHI Health Center for the men's game tipping off at 7, all here on 1620 The Zone.
Nick Grimm for Circus Sports Iowa. It's Thursday, which means the start of a new week of football. College, pro, or both, whatever floats your boat, Circus Sports Iowa is the liquid that boat is floating in. Props, live in-game lines that update every single break, and the tight money line splits all at your fingertips anywhere in the state of Iowa. Tonight, the Steelers take on the Browns in Cleveland. Let's take a look at some of those props waiting for you. The Steelers minus 135 to score less than 20.5 points. Najee Harris has the best odds to score the first touchdown of the game at plus 435. And if you think the Browns are just straight up going to score first, that's plus 105. And if you want some tight money line split action for Saturday, let's take a peek at Nebraska and Wisconsin. Nebraska is minus 120 to beat them Badgers. Circus Sports Iowa truly is your ultimate football hub, a hub that won't limit you for winning like some of the other guys will do, and a hub that puts all the hospitality of their Las Vegas sportsbook right in the palm of your hands, anywhere in Iowa from the comfort of your own home. Download Circus Sports Iowa today. If you or someone you know may have a problem with gambling, call 1-800-238-7633.
Well, yesterday, both head coaches, Fred Hoiberg and Greg McDermott, had media availabilities prior to tomorrow night's showdown, the 58th edition of the I-80 rivalry. When it started, there wasn't an I-80. Here was Fred.
What did they call it before?
Well, there wasn't an interstate.
The Highway
6? Highway 6 goes
Highway
that far,
6,
right?
yeah.
Highway 6 showdown?
Back then, they were probably taking trains and
The horse
stuff
and
like
buggy
that.
showdown.
Yeah, or cattle trains or whatever. But
Horse and buggy bugaboo.
here was Fred Hoiberg asked about the concept of the rivalry and the fans therein.
Going into year 6 in this rivalry in the state, the weird thing about this one is that on the next day, a lot of those fans will be cheering for Nebraska on the football field. That's always been a little bit bizarre to me, but you know, these rivalry games are really fun for the fans. They're not very much fun for the coach
Or for the broadcaster. Don't you always talk about how stressed you get this week?
Oh yeah, I love this game, but I also just
You hate this game.
He doesn't seem very stressed right now.
Well, that's because it's Thursday.
Yeah, wait till is it Thursday or is it Friday?
I don't know what day it is. Well, a little bit later on in the day, Greg McDermott was also asked about the rivalry and the unique nature of the fans.
We were kind of the little brother at that time, and now that we've elevated our program to the Power 5 level, I think it's great for the state. You have two teams, and like I said, that line is drawn pretty thick, and you're either on one side or the other, and it just it makes it fun. And obviously Nebraska football is really popular in our state, and a lot of our booster base supports the Nebraska football program, and that's awesome. But they'll be in blue on Friday.
And of course, now we have the infamous, debate over all this. I saw a friend of the program, Mitch Sherman, had a post about it that got some reaction.
Oh, what did Mitch say? I didn't see this.
Well, it had to do with just defining the J-Skur and the rules.
Was it the one about the Jayhawks? Was it that one, or am I thinking of a different one?
I think that it's dumb to have rules, and I think people can just cheer for whatever they want to cheer for in the moment.
Nick, you are so right.
So here's what he said. Is this the one?
Yeah, it's a cultural phenomenon.
Yeah, it's a cultural phenomenon in the state of which many in the Omaha area are acutely aware, some more than others. Mouth flat emoji is how I'd refer to that. This is the week for a reminder that the rules go like this. The rules, Nick.
Oh, my gosh.
If you cheer for Nebraska football and Creighton men's basketball, that's cool because Creighton has no football, but you surrender the right to actively cheer against Nebraska in hoops, baseball, etc., with the possible exception of the games against Creighton. Same goes for the J-Skurs who want to cheer only for Creighton and men's basketball and against the Jays on other fields of play. Can't do that, although I am sure more than 5 of these people exist. If you're all in on Creighton, no Nebraska football, jeer Huskers everywhere to your heart's content.
I don't know if this is him quoting the general rules or if this is his own, but Nick, you said it very well. There are no rules for fandom. We all have silly, stupid reasons why we cheer for our teams. Nobody has the moral high ground unless you actually played for the team, I suppose, or you're getting whatever.
What if you played for Creighton and then transferred to Nebraska?
Has that happened?
Well, baseball has.
Does it happen in any of the men's basketball?
Connie Ori coached both Creighton.
No, I know. I'm talking about men's basketball players. Have there ever been any?
I guess Nebraska basketball would want to transfer to Creighton.
Heyo. Headley writes, those rules are outlined and defined in the Geneva Convention, John.
It's a war crime to go against those rules, John.
You know what? Drop a bomb on Geneva then. I don't give a damn.
Whoa, Warmonger John. I have always thought, and so this is where I side with Mitch, I have always thought it is very strange to love Nebraska football and then hate Nebraska basketball.
They're different teams.
Yes, but it is under the same. We're not going to agree on this. We're not going to have this debate again. I just find that odd. To me, I just find it odd is all I'm saying.
Well, I find it odd that people cheer for the football team and cheer for the basketball team, and the only reason they do is because they might have shared a salad bowl at the training table.
You root for the Celtics now because of Baylor Shireman. That's weird. Everything is weird about sports.
That's what I'm saying. That's my point.
Yeah.
Everything about the reason why we cheer for our teams, at the end of the day, it's all weird. Most people that are going to be rooting for a side in this game never went to either school. Think about that.
A lot of sidewalk. Yeah.
Creighton basketball has been better longer than than Husker basketball has been, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
So when you're a kid and you're getting your sports identity and there's a local team, I assume you're going to gravitate toward whatever team is doing better than the other one.
Saying Creighton fans are bandwagon fans.
I'm saying
Everyone's
if the Creighton
a
front
bandwagon
runners, interesting.
I'm saying if you're a 7-year-old and the only football team in the state is Nebraska, then of course you're going to go for Nebraska. But if you watch basketball and the Creighton team is better than the Nebraska team, why would you not gravitate toward the better basketball team?
Because you want to be a Nebraska fan?
Nick, I mean, you're nailing it.
Going with Feast Week boy over here?
He's right, though. Sometimes it takes someone from the outside who hasn't been part of all of this for all these years, someone from Western Iowa who didn't pay attention to any of this crap to realize that's what it is. I still think, I still believe, at least historically, there is a serious Omaha versus the rest of the state vibe to this as well.
Duncan says, as a Creighton grad, I hate Nebraska ball fans that act like we're a bunch of snobs that are in box seats drinking wine. Like, dude, we're in Omaha. This isn't the big city.
They're also drinking Michelob, not wine.
Yeah, there are a lot of Michelob cans. But I do think a lot of it, one of the big reasons why there's especially older Creighton fans, is because, of course you're rooted for Nebraska in football. It was the only football product around.
Yeah.
But when basketball season came around, you weren't going to drive down Highway 6 60 miles to go watch Nebraska when you had a product right in your own backyard. And, oh, by the way, it was good.
Mm-hmm.
Red McManus, the Traveling Jays, they won a lot of games. They went to a lot of NCAA tournaments. It was a good program. And I do think there is, I can say this because I know my uncle was this way. My uncle rooted for Nebraska football, but he was an Omaha guy. And so when Creighton played Nebraska, he was a Creighton guy
you're
because
a second generation J-Sker. You were a J-Sker before it was cool.
Wow.
I never hated Creighton as a kid. Now, I rooted for Nebraska growing up, but I never hated Creighton.
Oh, I thought you rooted for Creighton.
No, I was one of those people that was like, I just thought it was cool.
John.
I always felt we lost or missed out on something by not having a second football program in this state, a Nebraska state.
Yeah.
Iowa.
I always thought we missed out on that because
it's pretty cool in the other states.
We don't have an in-state rivalry, but we did in basketball, which was what made it so cool. I've long said this is the game. This game is the game that introduced me to college basketball.
And
it's my first memory of any kind of basketball was Creighton versus Nebraska. So this series has always meant a lot to me, no matter which side of the fence I may have been on. That's why I'll always, appreciate it and enjoy it. But I do think that there is an Omaha versus the rest of the state kind of vibe
100%.
that's there. Because there are people in Omaha that are like, yeah, man, this is ours. This is ours. The rest of you rubes, you don't deserve it.
Yeah, get on your tractors, you bunch of hicks.
I mean,
that's what people that root for Creighton sometimes say to Nebraska fans.
Lincoln and it makes sense. Lincoln and the rest of the state has the football program
and tractors
and tractors.
And tractors.
Omaha has Creighton.
Yeah, and electricity. Max writes, Nebraska fans,
toilets.
Nebraska fans, I am one, are so jealous of Creighton basketball. They're successful in a big sport. Nebraska, meanwhile, is unequivocally the absolute worst power conference athletic program in the last 10 years.
Nebraska's pretty good at baseball. They're not the best, but they're pretty good at baseball.
Yeah, but I mean,
well, he was just saying basketball.
Oh, just basketball.
Yeah.
He was just talking basketball.
Sad Husker fan writes, you're a complete idiot, Max. Now they're turning on him themselves.
Oh, no.
Max says he's a Nebraska fan, and he's sad.
Yeah. Well, certainly the rise of Dana Altman changed this rivalry.
And then Creighton going into a power conference school, too. That also
And that's what
changed it.
Mac was talking about in his statement was, hey, it used to be little brother, big brother, and now, at least in terms of a basketball product. Now, I also think, because I was asked this question by Tom Chattel.
Tom,
do you think that Creighton and Creighton fans want it more than Nebraska fans? And I do think that.
Do Creighton fans want what more?
The winning this game. I think they do want it a little bit more.
Like they still have like the little brother.
Because from an institution and an attention standpoint,
yeah,
because of Nebraska football, they get the lion's share of the attention.
100%.
And so there is this,
even though if
small private school versus big state school type thing going on. And so there is an extra element of, man, we really want to get
And
those
if you were
guys.
to power rank in this state the most successful programs, you would go Nebraska volleyball number 1 and Creighton men's basketball number 2. That would be the order in terms
of the last 20 years.
And
yeah.
yet they are not, what is talked about the most, Nebraska football. And they are, where would they rank on the list of most successful programs in this state of the last decade?
Kinda
it would be low.
Kinda low.
It would be really low.
Interesting to me, because where I grew up in Iowa, we had Iowa State fans, we had Iowa fans, we had Nebraska fans.
Yeah.
But the El Assico game, that never drew that much the same kind of vitriol that Creighton and.
Are you sure?
In my area, in my experience, it didn't.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. People weren't like that against each other. It was a fun event. We all looked forward to it, and there was a little smack, but it wasn't. This feels almost personal sometimes between Lincoln and Creighton.
Definitely.
Well, but there is the consistency of, if you're an Iowa State fan, you cheer for all the Cyclones. If you're an Iowa fan, you cheer for all the Hawkeyes. There's not that weird crossing over of.
I'm sure there's
I
a
like
few
the football product, but I don't
There's
like
probably
the
a few
basketball
clone hawks,
product.
but those people are freaks.
You're an Iowa fan or an Iowa State fan who likes Iowa State baseball.
Real quick for Todd Furman,
which doesn't exist.
Alex Sindelar, Nebraska is fun to laugh at. Creighton is fun to laugh with.
Ooh.
All right, we got a lot of good games this week, and Todd Furman's going to help break some of them down. It's Bet the Board Podcasts. Todd Furman next on 1620 The Zone.
can't get enough.
There should be another great weekend of football.
Todd Furman from the Bet the Board podcast. Time to talk a little money.
People fall in love with teams on the way they look in a non-conference schedule. I don't think there is enough wiggle room for me to get involved with this game going under the total early. And remember, it's a marathon, not a sprint.
I told you this earlier, folks, but I'm going to use this segment now to remind you again, if you haven't already done so and listened to the college football preview on the Bet the Board podcast, make sure you smash that download button so that you get a fresh one in your box each week.
Oh, yeah.
But the first 10 minutes or so with Todd and Payne Insider and Brad Powers, if you're a Husker fan who cannot stand Colorado and love to hear true insight from people who are dispassionate, who are only passionate about
analytical
it because it's
breakdown.
analytical breakdown. It's about the money. I think you might enjoy the first 10 minutes or so of the podcast because they go deep into the pricing of Colorado and how Colorado is perceived right now. And we welcome in Todd Furman from the Bet the Board podcast. Todd, I really enjoyed that conversation with you guys today.
You know what? I appreciate that because you know who didn't enjoy that conversation was Colorado fans who came out of the woodwork after they'd been eerily quiet all season. And what we left out of that podcast, but I'll share with you guys here, we actually do have some exposure to Travis Hunter at 50-1 to win the Heisman.
Let's go.
So we're coming at it from a purely analytical standpoint in terms of what he's done on the field, not just from a bankroll side of things. So it's a very interesting paradox that's being developed. And you get to a point where sometimes you have to impact a game. And I saw a poll from one of the more prominent college football researchers out there. The general public has gone so far one way, they claim that Travis Hunter, in their mind, is more valuable to Colorado's success than Shedeur Sanders. And I just think that that is the perfect snapshot of everything wrong with people looking at highlights and clips more so than watching games in their entirety.
Very good point.
So, Todd, then looking at this game in particular, and it can be a little bit of a breakdown of Colorado versus Kansas, and also just a conversation of how you build in a price with such a public team. They are now down to 2.5-point favorites. They were 3.5 when I looked at it this morning. This is a quote-unquote road game. It's being played at Arrowhead. The total is 59.5. So again, given the public nature of them, what are the odds makers? What are the lines makers doing with a team like Colorado right now?
You're going to see continued support on Colorado in this game. Folks that I spoke to early in the week believe they'll get about a 70% ticket share coming in on the Buffs. And this Kansas team, despite pulling off back-to-back upsets against Iowa State and BYU to really set the Big 12 completely on its ear in terms of a quest for a college football playoff berth and who's going to get to the conference title game, not getting probably the respect they command. But as someone who backed Kansas last week, I think I was pretty fortunate to be able to get to the window against BYU. It was a pooch punt that swung that game as Kansas wasn't really able to run the football. But against Colorado, I think the path for the Jayhawks is pretty simple and straightforward. Run the ball, keep Colorado's offense on the sidelines, and let your elite corners, where you have a pair of them, they're maybe as good as anybody in the Big 12, actually get up there, play physical on the line of scrimmage instead of giving 10 to 15-yard cushions, allowing Shedeur Sanders to complete the underneath stuff to not just Travis Hunter, but LeJontay Wester, and of course, Will Shepherd as well. So fascinating game here. I can't get there on Kansas unless the number got to 3.5, but one that I will no doubt be locked and loaded to watch come Saturday afternoon at 2:30 Central Time.
Well, on the other side of that Kansas upset was BYU, who now are playing for their Big 12 tournament, or sorry, Big 12 championship lives, because with the loss now, they take on Arizona State, another team that's in the race for one of those spots. BYU is a 3-point dog at Arizona State. How much now do you look at BYU after they have now suffered a loss?
It's always interesting because the general public never wants to get in front of what they perceive to be a freight train. And over the last 2 weeks, it's been tough for books to get money against BYU, whether it was with the Utes as a 3.5-point home underdog in Salt Lake City, or last week in the last game of the night where people gravitate towards the undefeated team, laying a modest number at home. But what we see now is people think BYU is done and dusted. So what are they doing? Running to the window to back an Arizona State team, laying 3 against BYU, when in my opinion, the market probably reflects a true power number for where these two teams are currently. Arizona State on the flip side, they go into Manhattan and dominate Kansas State, running up to a 24-0 lead before they fail to put a single point on the board over the final 26 minutes. This is why we're seeing a battle. At 3.5, there's an appetite from pro bettors to back the Cougs. At 3, you're seeing a little bit of a different sentiment. I never personally like to get involved with a team who had their bubble burst like BYU. getting knocked from the ranks, the unbeaten so late in the season. But for all intents and purposes, the Cougars still have everything in front of them this college football season, from winning the conference to getting into the college football playoff. Coin flip for me at 3.5, lean BYU. But again, another game that I'll like to watch side by side in the exact same time slot as Kansas and Colorado, and look for a compelling halftime angle maybe to get involved here.
So, Todd, let's go to a game a little bit earlier in the day than next, and that is Ole Miss and Florida. I love the discussion between you guys this week because Florida coming off of really, they've had a surprisingly solid season, right? Sitting at 5-5, going to be playing for bowl eligibility in each of their last couple of games, and they get that nice win over LSU last week. Meanwhile, they're out on the field a ton, and here comes a rested Ole Miss squad at -10.5, though their coach had some very interesting things to say about the CFP and maybe not wanting to make it to the SEC title game. How are you viewing this game, Ole Miss -10.5?
So I'll steal a phrase from my co-host, Payne Insider, in terms of how I break this game down. Laying double digits on the road in conference isn't normally a neighborhood that I find myself driving through, but for a game like this, I'm willing to make the exception. And I did lay some 10 and 10.5 with Ole Miss here against the Gators. You mentioned Florida and what they've been able to do this year, and I think Billy Napier's coaching performance has flown under the radar for a team who was bet under their win total at 5.5 and 5 and thought that bowl eligibility could make him a legitimate contender for Coach of the Year, given the schedule that Florida was faced with on paper before the year started. But you dig into the box score last week. Yes, it said Florida won the game 27-16, and no one's going to take that victory away. But Florida's defense was on the field for more than 42 minutes. LSU ran 90-plus plays on offense, and Florida lived and died with the explosive and a DJ Lagway that didn't take off as a runner one time. So what does that tell me? His mobility is still nowhere close to 100%. And in steps the Ole Miss defensive line that arguably might be the best in the country, well rested. But the bigger problem for the Gators is on the other side, where Ole Miss should get Trey Harris back, their leading receiver. Caden Lee, one of their other talented wideouts, was pretty outspoken, saying the bye came at the perfect time for him to heal up. Look at Jordan Watkins. The list goes on and on for some of the weapons. And I think the Rebs at this point know the only thing standing in the way of them in the college football playoff is Florida this week in Gainesville, and of course the Egg Bowl Thanksgiving weekend against Mississippi State. While Lane hasn't been great covering numbers on the road, we saw what they could do when they opened up the offense against Arkansas. I think Ole Miss comes out, plays with a sense of purpose, and it'll be a sleepy swamp at the early kickoff. I think the road favorite wins and covers easily.
Most unique matchup we've seen in many years, given the stakes that are at play here as Indiana goes to the Horseshoe to take on Ohio State. Obviously, Indiana is the country's darling with the undefeated record, but the arguments have been popping up about whether or not they deserve to be rated as high as they are, given that their schedule has been very weak. Now they actually get tested by one of the top teams in college football. Meanwhile, Ohio State, they're suffering a big loss in the middle of their offensive line as center Seth McLaughlin is out for the season, suffering a torn Achilles earlier this week. And I noticed looking at one of the shops today from the morning at 13.5, it's now down to Indiana 12.5 at this one particular shop. Todd, how do you see this one?
And interesting enough, the number has actually ticked down a little bit further. There are even some 11.5 out there, and the over taking a touch of money as well. So Indiana, from a defensive standpoint, this will be a test, unlike one that they faced all season long. And I think that's going to be pretty apparent early if they can match some of the physicality and if Ohio State wants to create balance. But it's the matchups on the outside. Does Indiana have enough in the defensive backfield to be able to slow down a trio of very talented pass catchers that the Scarlet and Gray are going to throw at them? On the other side for Ohio State, you try and figure out what this defense is. And Denzel Burke came into the year as projected to be a first-round draft pick at the next level. Hasn't exactly played like one. And while Indiana may not have household names in terms of five-star recruits, they have a bevy of guys that are capable of breaking loose for the explosive play, with Curtis Work as the perfect distributor of the football there. Indiana, 2 weeks to prepare for this particular matchup, and you mentioned the key injury for the Buckeyes along that offensive line. Look, this is an Ohio State team that we saw go toe-to-toe with Oregon, come up just short, go into Happy Valley and win by the slimmest of margins, and nearly get upset by Nebraska in this building a couple of weeks ago. I'm not willing to run and lay the number with Ohio State, but it's a little bit of buyer beware with Indiana. To your point, the Hoosiers still have plenty of work to do, and I'm not sure an outright win is what it's going to take for them to get into the college football playoff. If they can stay competitive in this game, I think they've done enough by virtue of dismantling some of the inferior foes and an 11-1 record in the Big Ten, but lose this game by 3 touchdowns, and it's going to be a sweaty Saturday or Sunday, I guess, when they dole out the playoff bids. for Indiana. So fascinating game. Don't necessarily agree with some of the over money that's coming in, but will be one of the marquee games of the weekend to try and watch and see how it impacts the landscape at large.
Todd, I want to get to the NFL real quick before we talk about the Nebraska game. And I want to ask you about my sad sack Dallas Cowboys. And kind of in the same vein, no, in the same vein as the Colorado question. In the same vein as the Colorado, because I'm just curious, Todd, what you think is going to happen with these lines moving forward, because they are perhaps the most public team in American gambling, right? I guess it'd be them, Notre Dame. That's a really fun question. Anyway, they get destroyed by Houston, and Houston didn't even play that well. They get destroyed by Philadelphia. We know what happened against Detroit. All this is to say they are 0-5 in their last 5 against the number. What do you expect the lines to look like with this team moving forward? Just how bad they are, but also how much people like to bet for and against them as well.
The big question will become who will be their starting quarterback, not just this week against the Commanders, where it should be Cooper Rush again, but on a quick turnaround on Thanksgiving against the Giants, where they're listed right now as a 2.5-point favorite. Could we see the start of the Trey Lance experience? If you're the Cowboys, you already know what you have in Cooper Rush. He's never going to be QB1 in this organization, and if he is, it's only because of injury or Jerry Jones has officially thrown in the towel and is intent on going 1-16. At least with Trey Lance, I'm not saying he's the quarterback of the future, but maybe he goes out there, sparks something, and he gives you a valuable trade chip that you can move for a late-round draft pick come April when you're looking to try and rebuild that roster. But the Cowboys right now are in shambles. You look up and down this roster trying to figure out what the difference makers are on offense after CeeDee Lamb, who really scares you. Defensively, if they can't generate pressure, that secondary has been a real problem. And I'm not sure it gets better against a divisional foe and your former defensive coordinator in Dan Quinn, who knows this team inside and out. Again, not running to lay 10 with the Commanders, but I'm not going to try and be cute like a lot of folks here that think this is a buy low opportunity for Dallas on a short week, gobbling up those double-digit points. For me, I want to see what we get out of Dallas, but this is a Cowboys team, quite frankly, that'd be better served losing out to try and increase their draft position and maybe be able to land the next franchise quarterback or something that could impact this team on the offensive or defensive side immediately in the 2025 season.
Once upon a time, Todd, there were folks around here who thought that, and listen, it was an intentional act by Barry Alvarez. Hey, we're gonna build this thing like Coach Devaney used to at Nebraska, and they changed their uniforms, and they went to the run game, and now we fast forward a few years, and Wisconsin and Nebraska are kind of following identical paths. One team fires their offensive coordinator and brings in someone from the outside. Another team follows the next week by firing their offensive coordinator, and their head coach says, it doesn't matter who calls the plays. You're just going to blame somebody anyway. This is a weird game that we're going to be watching in Lincoln on Saturday, and I see that the line has gone to 1.5 now in favor of Nebraska.
Yeah, number opened at 2.5, and it's ticked down a touch. It's a question of which team is reeling more severely at this juncture of the season, unfortunately. Both teams, of course, looking to get bowl eligible, coming in at 5-5. Wisconsin, a probably slightly easier path. Not saying against Nebraska this week, but a home date against Minnesota, although I don't want to overstep my bounds there. I don't think the Badgers have made anything easy on themselves. But you look at the last 3 opponents Wisconsin's played, Penn State, Iowa, and Oregon, all what I would call upper echelon to middle echelon teams compared to Nebraska. For the Huskers on the other side, I thought they fought valiantly and were probably jobbed with a non-call in the final play of the game in regulation, where you typically see muggings like that, not in the football field at the Coliseum, but a couple of blocks away, somewhere else in South Central. As you begin to look at these teams, to your point, I'm not sure who's got a proven identity right now. And I think that's what makes handicapping this game so difficult. We've seen professional bettors gravitate towards the Badgers more often than they have on Nebraska. But last week when we talked about it, guys, I said I didn't think that 8.5 would last on Nebraska. Closed at 7, and if you got the best of the number, you were able to cash a ticket with the Huskers. As the number continues to trend down, I actually think this is a buy low opportunity for Nebraska here. They were workmanlike on the offensive side last week, and I think they'll be able to move the football here. They don't come in at an athlete disadvantage like they've encountered all too frequently so far in conference. And I think home field in a spot like this has to make the difference. So as the number comes down from 2.5 to 1.5, maybe even trending closer to pick, I would lean towards Nebraska here, that they can finally get that monkey off their back and have that collective sigh of relief from a fan base starved for a little postseason action playing deep into December this year.
Todd Furman, Bet the Board podcast. Make sure you hit that download button. It's a great listen, and the NFL pod, too, that drops every week. Todd, we appreciate it. Thanks. Have a great Thanksgiving, because next Thursday we'll all be eating turkey and watching the Detroit Lions kick the crap out of somebody.
Hey, I mean, just what we all look forward to, watching the Lions play the Bears with the Lions a double-digit favorite, the Cooper Rush versus Tommy DeVito experience for a national audience. At least we get a good game, hopefully, Thursday night between the Packers and Dolphins. And as I kind of joked with some of your radio colleagues in Chicago earlier today, at least Bears fans are able to get that indigestion out of the system before they go back for leftovers in the late afternoon.
Excellent advice.
Take care, Todd. We'll talk to you in a couple of weeks.
Thank you, Todd.
Always a pleasure, gents. Have a great holiday. And Josh, safe travels out here to the desert this weekend, my friend.
Thank you, Todd. Appreciate it, man.
Todd Furman of the Bet the Board podcast.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to ask a question about Dallas. They're a public team. I'm interested. I'm laying the money on the Commanders. If my team is going to lose every week, might as well make a little. Watch, they're going to lose by 9. I'm going to be so mad. Either win or lose by $1 billion. Win or lose by $1 billion. God, they suck. Have you seen this? Have you heard about this? They suck, John. They suck. They suck. The last 3 seasons, I had so much fun in the regular season. It was a good time. And everyone was always like, yeah, but you're going to lose in the playoffs. And you know what? You were right. You were right. But it's more fun to win than it is to lose.
Yeah.
I remember last Thanksgiving, Deron Bland had a pick 6 versus Washington. It was a great time. It was a great time in America. Now, not so much.
I see trees of green.
No, you don't. They're brown.
Red roses, too.
No.
I see them bloom.
Oh, me and you.
For me and you.
No.
And I think to myself, as I watch the Cowboys lose, what a wonderful world!
I hate that I can't root against your team this weekend, John. I want your team to lose, but I can't root against them. Jordan asks, is Dallas going to go for at home this year? Yes. They're not going to beat the Giants.
You forget, my hate of the Cowboys precedes your existence on this earth.
Oh, congrats. You're old.
It's deep-rooted.
You just admitted you're 100.
It's deep-rooted.
Oh, my gosh. He admitted.
I'm a proud Cowboy hater.
Asian Joe's. Josh is going to bet against the Cowboys. Why stop there? Bet against Nebraska this weekend, too. I'm too busy to go bet in Iowa before the Nebraska game on Saturday. But
why would you bet against Nebraska? Wisconsin's a head case, too.
No, it's just I've been picking against Nebraska in the pick'em lately.
You
know, though I did pick. No, never mind. I picked Nebraska last week to cover. I thought that they would, and they did. Thank God.
They did.
What was the line that we had in predictions? Did we have 8.5 or did we have 7.5?
Oh no, we had 7. We had 7.5.
Sad.
You good?
No, but I got a point in my pick'em. So
nice.
Yeah, I was better about that. But I lost a point in predictions.
John Bishop, indigenous people hating Cowboys.
They're in my blood, man. They're in my blood.
You good?
Yeah, just Nick. I didn't expect words like that to come out of your mouth. John, there's a comment here from Theo from 7 minutes ago in the YouTube. I don't know if you've seen this.
No, I have not.
Tommy Hill out for Wisconsin.
Sports Flash?
Really?
Flash?
Wow. I did not know this.
Trusting that's from Theo?
That's from Theo.
Are we trusting Theo?
Well, I'm going to trust Theo on this, but that's also because Matt Rhule said it like 8 hours ago.
Sports Flash.
Wow, this is just leading more credence to Theo being Jimmy.
Yes, it is, Nick. Yes, it is.
Friends, next, as we look ahead to Saturday, it's time to heckle the eckle.
Yeah, and I got my charts.
Radar time.
Got my charts in the system, baby. They get sadder by the week. The charts get sadder by the week.
I look forward to both of these looking like a little pinhole in the middle of your...
Dude, so on Canva, the greatest app in all the land. It has, I just need to go through and delete all the old images that I uploaded. But I was looking for something and I was scrolling and I was like, the radar charts from, oh, you know what? All right, I'm going to make new radar charts as well for the next segment to compare when we first did this before the Indiana game versus where Nebraska is right now.
Ooh.
Let's get even more depressed about things, shall we?
On 1620 The Zone.
would be nice to have a pro.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a pro.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a pro.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a pro.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a pro.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a pro.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a pro.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a pro.
Throw.
From your mom.
I don't know if this is actually true or not, but the happy hour is on the air. I say that because Josh is working on something that might make people sad again.
Oh, John.
I mean, I could just, just relive this glory and bring back this segment from earlier in the Grum, the discovery by Pick 6 previews that among the 8 traditional blue bloods of college football, this current decade of Nebraska football, the last 10 years, has been the worst run by any of the traditional blue bloods ever. That was the first thing that got depressing.
Yeah.
But as Josh is working on his radar range,
yeah,
as we get ready to heckle the eckle, we'll have to remember next year to create an open.
Yes.
Well,
Now
I'll
that
use
it's
the
become our
song.
new thing.
I'll use the song "Radar Love."
Yeah, but what does that have to do with the eckle?
Radar charts.
But we're heckling the eckle.
We're heckling the eckle.
It started with the eckle. The eckle gave birth to all of this. Mr. Eckle.
Mr.
Eckle didn't die so that we could name this Radar Love. Maybe you can use Radar Love, but find a way to incorporate eckle. I don't know how you do it.
Love this segment. Theo writes, Jimmy's takes always age well. Interesting.
He did call Mike Trout a bust.
Well, here we go. Wisconsin's offense versus Nebraska's defense. There's a lot of red. And in this case, even though these two teams are red, this is a bad thing for Wisconsin's offense.
Okay.
Their rate of getting into the eckle zone or inside the opponent's 40-yard line, a.k.a. the eckle, is only 108th in the country. Their points per eckle is only 71st. Better than Nebraska's, but not by much.
Not by much, but they don't get there. So their issue is they don't even drive, and when they do, they still barely score.
Their early down success is below average.
Yikes.
Their third and fourth down success is slightly below average. And in terms of their EPA, that's expected points
added.
Yep. Either in rushing the ball or passing are kind of mid. And my first conclusion out of this was this is an air raid team?
Yeah. Now remember,
not really.
Remember Phil Longo,
Longo.
He who is Phil Gongo.
Nice.
He did run the ball at
He
South,
wasn't
at North
Longo
Carolina.
for this world.
There we go. He did run the ball at North Carolina, just didn't really happen.
He did.
My first takeaway from this was, man, if there was ever a game for Nebraska's defense to find its footing again, this would be it.
Yes, it would, because
this would be the game.
Despite last week, the run defense is still top 25 in EPA per rush. The havoc is still in the top 35, but it was missing last week.
Yeah.
Though they could have gotten a lot of havoc if they just would have timed their jumps properly or
gosh,
caught passes that were coming straight for them.
John.
But there's nothing here that is an edge for Bucky Badger.
No.
The one thing they do have going for them is Wisconsin does not allow a lot of havoc. So this will be rather interesting if Nebraska is able to create some havoc, because Nebraska is 35th in havoc cause. And again, havoc plays, incomplete passes, interceptions, any passes defensed, tackles for loss, forced fumbles. Nebraska's 35th on defense. Wisconsin in preventing havoc is 33rd. So very respectable.
Yeah.
They don't give up a lot of negative plays, which is good for them.
Yes.
Most of that's because Braden Locke has been throwing the ball into the ground because he only has a 55% completion rate.
Not good. Jordan writes, I'm predicting a 7-6 type of game. Sad Husker fan writes, I'm dead inside.
On the other side of the matchup, when we flip it, Wisconsin's defense versus Nebraska's offense, It's a pretty good pass defense that Wisconsin has. They showed it off a little bit last week against Oregon, 37th in EPA per drop back.
But man, their rush defense has taken a large step back, and they
Yes, it has.
The numbers here. I mean, 62 is not that terrible.
It's mid. It's average.
But for them, it is really, really bad.
Yes.
How about this stat? For the first time since 2018, and this is accounting stats, so this is traditional. Badgers outside of the top 50 in rushing defense. They're allowing over 160 yards per game, 4.5 yards per carry, a far tumble from the stout top 10 units of the Paul Christ era. So writes the On3 breakdown from Joseph.
I mean,
Meyer.
that was the thing about Wisconsin historically under Alvarez. Run the ball and stop the run.
Dude, and that was the
That's
thing
what they did.
that they were doing in the Paul Christ era too, man. Like you would go into Madison and it was just like, or they would come to your house. Running the ball was darn near impossible.
Mm-hmm.
It's why they were able to upset teams, or at the very least hang with teams that were way more talented than them. And now, I mean, this, again, mid, but for them, it might as well be the worst ever. It's like when Nebraska's rush offense after the glory days started being like this, like, whoa, why are you only 60th best? We only know you as top 3. That's what's happening right now with Wisconsin's rush defense.
Teams also like testing that run defense. The run rate over expected. Teams run the ball nearly 5% more than expected against Wisconsin defense, going back to that point about how their defense is.
Yeah, pretty interesting. And the thing that always stands out whenever we do this exercise, and it's the name of the segment, Heckle the Eckle. Nebraska still is able to drive the ball. Of all of the stats over the course of the year on this very graphic, in this very segment, that have fallen by the wayside, that's the one. I don't know I think it was even higher at one point in time.
It was.
But it's always around the top 20.
Mm-hmm.
It is always there. They always move the ball, no matter how many points they score. And again, in the Matt Rhule era, the offense has never scored more than 24 points against a power team. Last week, they scored 13 points, but they were unable to finish drives.
Nebraska's offense, very mid. EPA versus the running the ball, EPA per drop back is in the 60s. The points per echo, as you just mentioned, 119th in the country. They're averaging less than a field goal for every drive that gets inside the opponent's 40. It's just really, really bad. And this game, you could call the resistible force versus the movable object.
Mm-hmm.
Wisconsin doesn't cause a lot of havoc, 120th in the country. But Nebraska has been allowing, and it's been getting a little bit worse each week. They're 89th in allowing havoc. So resistible force versus the movable object.
Mm-hmm. JD writes, if Nebraska, now JD's an Iowa fan, if Nebraska would start Harburg and let him play all game, Nebraska wins by 17. But since 15 will play, it will be one score. Look when Iowa played them and Sullivan's Lions. 83 yards passing, nearly 350 rushing, scored 40.
I mean, he turns the ball over. He does turn the ball over, but if he can run the ball.
Noted Wisconsin fan Kyle writes in, don't care about these nerd numbers. Wisco is going to dominate field position in time of possession.
I think Holgo will dominate Wisco.
Interesting you say
He
that.
says, get out of there with your nerdery.
Okay, interesting you say that because, all right, so in this side of the
settle
matchup,
down, nerd boy.
Wisconsin is 60th in defensive starting field position. Nebraska's 89th.
Nerd.
Wisconsin on offense, 99th in starting field position. Not good.
No.
And you forget, Nebraska does have a weapon. His name is Steve Buscemi, a.k.a.
Nice.
Brian Buschini.
Yeah, and again, like, to go back to what JD said, like, Harburg had a lot of turnovers. So, like, yeah, he can run the ball better than Dylan Raiola can. We are not arguing with that. But to just say, like, yeah, they'd win by... No, why would they win by that many points? They don't win by that many points. So why would they do it this time? They didn't do it last year with him.
They didn't have him last year. He didn't play that
No,
game.
Harburg.
Harburg
No,
did.
in that game, no. But in other games, they beat Purdue by 17.
And Chuba had a 50-yard touchdown run?
Yeah, in like the first drive.
Yeah.
That was hilarious.
Yeah. Quarterback run game, baby. Quarterback run game.
Well, sorry, Dylan throws the ball. Do we want to look at Nebraska versus the olden times first, or do you want to go matchup?
Well, let's stick with the matchup just so we can complete that cycle.
All right, we begin. This is fascinating because it is almost like the graphic is shifted where people are like, no, Josh, you need to move them a bit more to the middle. No, this is what we have. Is that blue, John? What color is
It's blue.
That is Wisconsin.
Blue is Wisconsin.
So Wisconsin, and this is Nebraska's offense versus Wisconsin's defense. When you look at this matchup, both teams, sorry, Kyle, and some of these nerdery numbers have some large advantages.
and they're all on the run side. The run is on the right side of the radar. Rush EPA, stuff rate or stuff percentage, and line yard. So and
then when you look at the pass defense and where Nebraska struggles, they're really good.
This is a run the ball game. Heinrich Harburg.
Holgo the Oko. Will he call some runs or will he drop his injured quarterback into the backfield to throw the ball 40 times?
Or will he say, "Oh no"?
So that's what we see. I mean, you're right though, John. The Nebraska running versus their bad run defense, good. Wisconsin's good pass defense versus Nebraska's bad pass offense. That would be an advantage that they would have. The other side, what in the world kind of shapes are we doing?
It looks like a graphic error in a video game.
It does.
Wait until we get to Nebraska's numbers now versus when we first started doing this exercise 5 weeks ago, because it's going to be really, really sad. Again,
but notice that Wisconsin's got some edges in line yards, which is the yards that are credited to the offensive line, meaning they get a good push, meaning your running back's getting 3 yards before he even has to get to contact. And stuff percentage is really good. So they're not getting stuffed a lot. Nebraska's not doing that.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Nebraska is really, John, they're really average at a lot of numbers, but where they have advantages, it's because Wisconsin is so bad. Like the one that is jumping out to me is the explosive percentage. Nebraska, pretty middle of the pack. Wisconsin is like the bottom of the barrel. And I have another number on top of that.
No big plays.
Let me go back to it. Here we go. 30 plays of 20-plus yards, 5th worst in the entire country. And their only conference wins have come when allowing 1 touchdown or less. Now, this is about their offense, but that just shows the pressure that is put on their offense. So, early key to tomorrow, the advantages that a team has versus the other team's like crazy disadvantages, can either one of those flip? Mm-hmm. Can a team with a disadvantage take advantage of a team's advantage? Because if they can, that's how you win a football game. Nebraska now versus the olden times. Let's just stick with defense first, because this is really depressing.
When you say the olden times, you mean the beginning of the season when they looked respectable?
We started doing this before the Indiana game. That's when we started doing it. And so what I did here was
they were still 5-1.
Yes, the blue is week 8. The red is week 13. Look at the defense and how
the defensive regression.
It's like Nick, what was the ship called? The submersible. The defense collapsing in on itself with a video game. Yeah. Look at how big of a step back they have taken. Early down success rate, pass EPA, yards per drop back. Really, John, the passing numbers are just wildly worse all
really
across the board.
Haven't gotten better at any. They've gotten worse in just about every category.
Havoc and stuff rate slightly better, and maybe late downs. If I'm reading that right.
But in some areas, on the pass side, they've gotten way down, and not as dramatically on the run side, but also in explosive plays.
Yeah.
Wow, that's very telling. And this is basically the prior to the 4-game losing streak versus the 4-game losing streak.
This is being 5-1 and winning more than losing, and now just
and by the way, that the internal graph, they're the red, which is current Nebraska.
Yeah,
that's their season numbers. That's not just the numbers from those last 4 games.
Yeah.
That's how much what Nebraska's done in the last 4 games has affected their season numbers.
Correct. Yeah.
So it'd be even worse.
So it's 6 games versus 4. Yeah. So if we could get a radar chart for like recent games,
just the last 4 games,
John, it'd be a collapse star is what it would be. Travis, since before the Indiana game, huh? So this is Josh's radar fault. We did start doing this, and then they went on a losing streak. Offense, honestly,
run is almost identical.
Yeah, it's not as bad as the defense's collapse, though. Where this one is sadder, as I flip back and forth real fast, is that the offense was a pretty well-rounded, consistent group in a lot of ways, and that has pretty much disappeared. But it's kind of decreased in the areas in which they were already, a little bit suspect. But it's definitely gotten worse. Havoc percentage, all the passing stuff has gone down. And the early downs has also, and the late downs. Just the downs. System of a down is what Nebraska's offense is lately.
It's a band.
Yeah, indeed. Look at the explosive percentage has just, again, collapsed on itself. Bummer. So there you go. The positive, boys.
Yeah, the positive boys.
Yeah, that's what we are.
You know,
Boys. What's up, Harburg boy?
I don't mean to be telegraphing anything for tomorrow, but I really do think where the mindset of these teams are is going to tell us a lot because they're both failing teams right now. They're both not playing well right now. Wisconsin is coming off, albeit it's a loss, fairly impressive given the opponent, but then they fired their offensive coordinator. Yesterday or 2 days ago, Luke Heckle, it was the quote that got all the run, and we've got it here just to let you hear it. But here was Heckle being asked about, well, who's going to call the plays now that Phil Longo is go. Here's Luke Heckle's answer that's been getting all the run this week.
Just who's going to be calling plays for the rest of the season and why that particular person?
Why does it matter? Right? I mean, the offense will, be run, and those guys will do a lot of things collaboratively together. And I don't think it really is important as to who is calling it. I guess it gives you the ability to point a finger at somebody if that's the case, but it's not one of those things I think is that important. Sometimes I think it's overrated in some ways, but it'll be a collaborative group, and those guys will have to work a lot together.
It's only overrated because you had to fire somebody.
You know what that reminded me of? Yes. That reminded me of when you watched the game. What do you think? That kind of why does it matter? I mean, it does matter. These things do matter.
Well, sure.
Imagine
if Matt Rhule had said that.
Yeah.
We'd be picking that thing apart.
Rightfully so.
Yeah.
Rightfully so.
And so that's kind of where Wisconsin is right now. I really think that home field and senior day, especially for those 5th and 6th year guys, is going to play a big factor.
But
in Nebraska's advantage on Saturday.
Does it though?
I think it does because you got some.
You think I'm talking about the fans though.
Well, I don't know. I have no idea what the atmosphere in the stadium is going to be like, and I know a lot of folks have been saying, "Man, you got to get there and you got to be loud. You got to do this." It's like, I mean, I'll understand why you're not. I'll put it that way.
Yeah.
I'm not going to sit here and say, "Man, you got to get behind me." I mean,
John says, "Fan how you want to fan."
There's no rules to fandom. There's no rules to fandom.
Throw urine at your players, says John.
But I'll understand if that thing starts slowly. If you're like, oh, geez.
Oh, geez.
Oh, geez.
Nice.
I'll understand it because you have been dealt a hand of crap.
They also smelt it.
You have been dealt. You the people have been dealt a hand of crap this year.
And the toilet's like, give it here.
And you're supposed to be excited about it. Only the sentient toilet are supposed to be excited about the handful of crap.
Unless it's one of those toilets that
But I
doesn't
do
like
think,
it.
with Ty Robinson and especially those guys on defense, those older guys on defense, and listen,
dude, this game means a ton to them.
This is not a good Wisconsin offense.
No.
This is not a good Wisconsin offense. The one thing they do some kind of well, and it's not old Wisconsin where they ran it really well, I think plays into Nebraska's hands.
Yeah.
In terms of what they can do well. I mean, this could be first team to 10 points.
Oh my God. Hey,
and I think Nebraska can manage 10 points.
Starting at 5:30, baby. Run the damn ball. Brian's talking about the fans. They'll all be hungover from the wine they chugged at the Jays game. Just love the idea of chugging wine. Man, you got to be in
the box.
Hey, it's a 2:30 start. At least it's not an 11 a.m. kick.
I kind of wish.
Which this game deserves to be, by the way.
I know when they announced 2:30, I was so sad.
No, I'm glad it's not
Connor
because then I
Happerty.
can focus on the Ohio State Indiana game.
That's true.
Because I really am looking forward to that.
Yeah.
But I'm looking forward to the Husker game too.
Yeah,
really.
He says winking.
I am.
Yeah, John is so pumped he only has to talk about Nebraska one time next week on the radio.
Yep.
He's gonna be like, guys, sorry, the Ubers were too expensive. I'm just gonna be at the hotel, so you guys have to do topic alert for 8
I hope
hours.
John gets our Uber driver by chance.
That would be pretty wild.
I hope the universe blesses him with our Uber driver.
Yep.
John, ask him about Pawn Stars, and he'll
You'll
talk
know
for 40 minutes.
Yeah, when you get in the Uber, just ask about Pawn
I
Stars.
ain't gonna ask nobody nothing. I'm gonna pretend like I don't speak English.
Just get in and say, Eins, zwei, drei. Oh, okay, you speak Deutsch.
That's not what I'm going to do.
And then he sprechen Sie Deutsch.
Yeah, I'm not going to do that.
Sprechen Sie Deutsch.
Then he starts saying a lot of things that John's like, that sounds something like what my teacher said.
Oh, man.
Your thoughts on the Autobahn?
He pulls up in a bug, but like a 40s bug.
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Well, there are other good things happening in our world. Feast Week, which Nick found out earlier today, it was just named that because we're feasting on turkey next week, and
it has nothing to do with basketball.
Yeah,
even though they're playing basketball and ESPN marketed it as a thing involving basketball.
You're just gonna keep digging your heels into that trench, aren't you?
That's where the food is.
Mm-hmm.
That is true. That is where the food was. Did you see this? Did you hear about this?
Tell me.
The alternate uniforms for the Army-Navy game, America's game.
I heard.
These are kick-ass.
Oh,
these
I've
are
actually
always
not seen these.
These are always the best uniforms of the year.
You didn't get a good angle of the Navy
not
uniforms.
even close. There's not even a close second.
No, I agree
The
with
best
John,
alternate
actually.
uniforms of the year.
1 through 12 is Oregon and whoever's Oregon.
Oh, shut up.
I agree with John. You didn't get a good angle of the Navy uniform because on the side they
criticism.
On the side of the Navy helmet they have the Jolly Roger.
I understand that, but this was the best side. This was the one side-by-side that I had.
Sad.
But the Army is going to honor the 80th anniversary of the Battle of the Bulge, which was won by the 101st Airborne Division, the Screaming Eagles, as they call them. So it's mainly a black uniform, but they got the Screaming Eagle patch on the side.
Mm-hmm.
And if you notice, now in this particular
three-leaf
picture,
clover?
that's the club.
That's also
because different guys within the unit, to identify who was in whose unit, they were either it was card suits like clubs, spades, diamonds, and that. So in this particular picture, it's the club.
That's also the same division, Band of Brothers.
Yes.
Great show.
And as Nick mentioned, the Navy uniform is inspired by the Jolly Rogers, which was an aviation unit that also was founded during World War II. And you can't see it in the picture, but on the side of the helmet, it does have the skull and crossbones Jolly Roger flag on the side. These are awesome.
And apparently,
great.
Oh, so now this is the Army-Navy game.
This is for the Army-Navy game.
Now, apparently, though, Nick just shared this photo on the JTech Constructions on Twitter feed. It is snowing in Yankee Stadium right now.
No, that's guaranteed rate.
Oh,
or just rate.
Well, never mind that, because I thought they would tweet "Snow Game anyone" about the football game that is being played there this weekend. Sad. All right, never mind. Ignore what I was going to say, because I wanted to mention this Notre Dame Army game this weekend and how cool it is. Because
and yes, Levi in Colorado, I am an Army-Navy game pervert.
Yeah, you definitely
John's
are.
a honk.
John's like, I love bad football.
I love America and America's game played by America's military.
I make fun of Josh for giving good
Bad
grades
football.
out.
Bad football. It took 9 games for Navy to finally lose. Army is still undefeated. Our Navy, our Army, the military-industrial complex is rising again.
Interesting how John never talks about Air Force.
Well, they're having a bad year.
Yeah, they're really, really bad.
They're having a bad year.
Anyway, Split Zone Duo did a really great historical look today. I think it's just for the paying subscribers, but of Army versus Notre Dame and how they played in some classic games, some meaningful games, and for it to come full circle where this is the first time that both teams have been ranked in many, many years, since the 50s, right? And that it will be played at Yankee Stadium where so many of those historical games were played. One of the Army-Navy games from, years gone by was the Fort Horseman game. That's when that came to be, when Grantland Rice wrote about it. And so the fact that we're a couple days away from that is pretty cool. Pretty cool.
Yeah.
Notre Dame will probably win by 30, but, pretty cool. Pretty cool.
I mean, if you want the ultimate narrative for this weekend,
Army winning,
it's Indiana losing by, let's say, 17, and a game that they never really had a chance in, or maybe even just getting blown out like 24, 31 points, whatever, and Army beating Notre Dame.
That'd be pretty wild.
Because then you'll have all the takes about, well, see, Indiana doesn't belong, and you'll have the takes of, well, Army needs to pass Boise State.
Yeah.
And I would be on that bandwagon, absolutely.
They'd have a much better win than Boise would.
Yeah, Boise doesn't have any good wins.
It's going to be wild if that actually happens, just given that they would still have the Army-Navy game to play after the playoff selection. Because there was I think it was Amazing Daniel earlier this week, he asked, so would they just hold it up? No, they will announce the playoff game.
Yeah, the Army-Navy game will not count towards the playoff.
No, so they will announce the playoff on Sunday, December the 8th, and then that next Saturday, those two teams will play each other. So we'll have to see.
And then it'd be the following week would be the first round of the playoff that Army would presumably be in.
Correct.
So that would be
They wouldn't even get the benefit. I mean, they'd be in the playoff, but they would not get any time off.
They'd get no time off because
they've
Army's already clinched a spot in the conference championship, which is the week before Army Navy.
Correct. Pretty wild.
But you know what? There's only one team that can handle that kind of a load, and that's our Army.
Really?
Hell yes.
I think Ohio State.
These are the same people that rushed up the coast of France to go help save the boys at Bastogne.
Band of Brothers reference again.
The ones that ran across France and helped win World War II. That's our Army.
Mm-hmm.
All you need to do is bring back George S. Patton from the dead, and we're fine.
Let's get some people rose from the dead. Lee writes, I love how Josh, Nick, and Connor talk about Vegas as sweet vacation, but John acts like he's the dad going to the children's museum with the kids on a Sunday and has to miss the football game. John, is that how you feel about going to Vegas with your pals?
Well, I'm not really going with you guys. I'm going separately, and I'm staying much longer than you are.
That is true. You'll be there a few extra days.
I'll be there many more days than you guys will.
Sam writes, plus John's favorite president went to Navy. There you go. Your guy. How neat is that? A naval man.
Yeah, but I'm always an Army guy.
Are you?
Yeah, I'm go Army, beat Navy.
Yeah, I guess you have said that once or twice. But you rooted for Navy this year as they got up to. When they played Notre Dame and lost by 50.
My dad likes Navy, but that's just because he likes boats. He likes battleships and World War II boats.
Yeah.
Some guys like
I always
trains. My
root
dad likes
for
boats.
our Army, our Navy, and
Are
our
you rooting
Air
for
Force.
Army this weekend versus Notre Dame?
Oh, absolutely. I want to see what happens.
Not a good Catholic boy, are you, John?
I want to see what happens. Now, I won't be overly sad because at least Marcus Freeman will win. It's kind of a no-lose situation for me. Either our Army wins or my Marcus Freeman wins.
Nice.
Hey, but even if he loses, my Marcus Freeman has already proven that he is the superior coach and was going to do more with Notre Dame than Brian Kelly did with LSU.
Speaking of, this is a great transition, John.
Sure.
So earlier today, we learned that Julian Lewis, who was previously committed to USC,
Yes.
5-star quarterback,
Yes.
going to Colorado now.
Yes.
Which, tough look for those of us who thought this was going to be Primes last year. I don't think that's going to be the case anymore. Bummer. But
Sorry, you're not getting him with the Cowboys.
there's been another quarterback that people have been wondering about, and that was Bryce Underwood. He has been committed to LSU. As someone that I follow who covers the Cowboys but is an LSU grad, David Hellman just wrote, the only thing keeping Brian Kelly from being in mega deep poop is gone because this player has flipped to the Michigan Wolverines. This is 5-star Bryce Underwood. And I believe, as I look it up, I believe Mr. Underwood is
Mr. U.
He is from the state
Yeah,
of
he's from Michigan.
Yeah.
He's
which
a
is-
Michigan kid.
Yeah. Well, now he is going to be a Michigan man because he is committed to Michigan. And so what in the world does this mean? And there have been a lot of rumblings about what would Michigan's collective pay. Nick's favorite internet personality, Dave Portnoy, who is a Michigan man, he had been throwing out millions of dollars in theory. Like, I'll
Well,
put it-
the offer that was being reported was $10.5 million.
Yeah. And so
Apparently it worked.
well, I would go anywhere for $10.5 million.
Todd Furman just tweeted, who we just had on the show, we need to stop saying a program flipped a recruit. Let's just say what it is. They offered the recruit more money and he wanted a bigger payday.
They still flipped him, though. Like, if you left for a different
Right,
job,
but-
I'd say they flipped him.
Yeah, but
Poached.
you got a better
Yeah.
offer.
Should we start saying poached instead of flipped?
Oh, poll question. Good question. Wow, that's wild. Oh, man, that sucks for Brian Kelly. I'm happy that I got off that bandwagon with plenty of time to spare. Plenty of time,
The
John.
bottom line
all
is
the
you
gumbo.
were on that flaming wreck from the first place, that flaming wreck where the guy at the front of the train who was making the train announcements was speaking a bad Cajun
Josh.
accent.
Imagine
Imagine.
Brian Kelly
Yeah.
coaching your Dallas Cowboys.
No, they would not hire Brian Kelly.
I mean, they're fine hiring bad
might.
coaches.
I mean, they might.
Mike McCarthy went 12
they
games
hired
3
that
times in a row.
recycled Mike McCarthy.
Three 12-win seasons, John, and they were great. Oh, my gosh. I missed the 12-win seasons. Make
And-
Dallas 12 wins again.
And one playoff win.
God, that is so depressing. Ugh,
One playoff win.
yeah.
I don't know, Brian Kelly.
Why? I don't want to be happy. I like being miserable.
Because I think Brian
Great.
Kelly, now that he's worked on his Cajun, I think his Texas would come along a lot easier. So he and Jarrah can speak the same language.
No, I'd rather have Coach Prime. Give me Coach Prime. Coach
Glory
Prime to Dallas,
hole.
please.
You want Coach Prime?
It wouldn't bother me. I don't care. I mean, life is meaningless, first of all, John. Second of all, he wins. So, like, sure.
But
He would
his-
handle the circus better than anybody else would.
But his kickstand is down in Colorado.
That's right. His kickstand is down in Colorado.
Yeah, they're not going to get him. That said, I hope they draft one of his players in the draft this year. I would love Shador. I would love. They're not going to draft him.
Well, yeah, they just
I
signed
know.
Dak to a bazillion-year contract.
I hate everything.
Well, coming
Travis
up
Hunter
next.
will be fine then. I'll take him.
Coming up next.
What do we got in content?
Well,
Uh-oh.
Cowboys will come up again.
No, why? We don't have to.
I didn't bring it up. Peyton did.
Oh, who cares about him?
And sad news for a staple of ESPN programming.
Oh.
Someone's got to make way for Charles, Kenny, Shaq, and EJ.
Wow.
1620 The Zone.
I made you some
Unsportsmanlike.
content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content. Content that's unsportsmanlike.
Martin, thank you, Martin. I deserve all my flowers for my Brian Kelly would fail at LSU take. Thank you, Martin.
How can you trust a person whose name is Martin?
You're out on Scorsese?
No, but I'm out on this Martin.
Or you, Mark Martin, you out on him?
No, just this one.
He doesn't know who Mark Martin is.
I know
It's
who
a
this
shame.
wasn't. He
I
on
know.
the- who is Mark Martin?
He drove a boner car.
Oh, that's right. He was the Viagra car for a while.
Uh-huh.
I mean, it was so easy. I almost don't want to take credit for it because it was so easy. You could tell from the beginning this guy was trying too damn hard to fit in, and he wouldn't fit the culture. And he's not as good a coach as some people think he is. Wow, but that's another story.
Nick?
Well, speaking of coaches that are probably maybe terrible,
Oh, who are we talking about this time?
the Buckeyes. They have another injury along the offensive line. Starting center Seth McLaughlin ruptured his Achilles tendon in practice Tuesday. And will miss the rest of the season. Coach Ryan Day, the man who supports the guy who says the N-word,
Good Lord.
confirmed that to reporters yesterday. Does this change how you view them going into the playoff next month?
Their line has been banged up. Like, in all joking aside, their line is really, really banged up.
It is, and that's one area where this could be more of an equalizer than you think because McLaughlin he obviously is at the center position. You're making a lot of the calls. You're doing a lot of that work, and now you're going to have to break someone else in there who hasn't been playing full-time all season. And this was a spot where maybe Ohio State could maybe bully Indiana a little bit. You wonder if that's going to necessarily be the case. This could be a bigger injury than we thought. And as we talked about with Todd Furman, this number has come down.
Yeah.
It was 13.5 this morning when I looked at it. And now there are some shops that have it down to 11.5.
Yeah, I think they'll win this week. I think they'll beat Michigan. I'm starting to maybe change my tune on thinking they'll beat Oregon. But after that, if they lose to Oregon, they'd have to win 4 to win it all.
Mm-hmm.
If they beat Oregon, they'd have to win 3. I think that's going to be just a little bit more difficult now. I mean, they still have such great players on the outside. They have one of the best receivers in the sport. They have a really good defense. But this can be an equalizer. Maybe not in the Big Ten title game. Maybe not in the first round of the playoff. Maybe not in the second round. But again, you have to win 4 or 3 games now. And so that's where it ultimately probably will come back to bite them.
Around the Horn will end its 23-year run in 2025. Is this sad news for either of you two?
I used to love this show because it debuted when I was in middle or early high school, and I would come home and I would watch Around the Horn and then PTI. And I loved both of those shows. Now, obviously, we are on against it. I don't remember the last time that I watched Around the Horn. For nostalgia purposes, I am sad. For current purposes, obviously, I don't really care.
So what chit-chat show are they going to concoct this time? Or are they just not going to have an extra chit-chat show and it's just going to be 2 old geezers fighting?
The Post, so the New York Post, this was Ryan Glass-Steagall who reported it. Sounds like they're going to have a different show in that time slot. I think it was something like they're going to start fresh. One source said ESPN and Rydholm's team will discuss new concepts to replace Around the Horn in the time slot. So
can't wait till what kind of gimmick,
more chat.
Because the gimmick behind this show was that it was like a game show where you scored points for making debates. So maybe they'll turn it into like Chit Chat Survivor, where people get voted off.
Oh, that would be interesting.
And then when they get voted off, they get catapulted out of the studio.
Oh my gosh, Nick. That'd be pretty wild.
I mean, you got to do it for the visuals.
Do it for the visuals. The Braves' Chris Sale and the Tigers' Tariq Skubal won the NL and AL Cy Young Awards. Paul Skeens finished a distant third with no first-place votes, and Shohei Ohtani, a man who hasn't been able to pitch because he had to get surgery on his arm, but he'll be back next year, got no votes because he, again, hasn't been pitching, and you have to be a dummy to think that people would vote for him to win a pitching award.
Well, there's a lot of dummies out there
What are your
think
thoughts?
that Shohei, is the greatest player of all time, and those people are crazy.
He is. He just wasn't pitching last season.
People just living rent-free in John's head all the time. He can't enjoy the best player in baseball because
the best.
A couple dorks on the radio might have called him the GOAT as a joke.
Best player yet today?
Goat
yes.
pay.
Best player of all time? Never.
Third
Never?
best.
Never.
You don't think he could become the best player of all time?
We'll see.
So then that's not never. Maybe we figured that part out.
John probably doesn't even think he'd be at the Hall of Fame consideration right away.
I mean, he is only half the player used.
Wow.
But the bottom line is, congrats to Chris Sale and Tariq Skubal. By the way, just announced
Scooball sounds like a fake name.
Aaron Judge, unanimous AL MVP.
All
Bobby
rise.
Witt Jr., unanimous second place. I wonder if that's ever happened before.
Oh, wow. Interesting.
I'm going to have to look because there was the year that Mickey Mantle and Ted Williams was going.
I bet Happer's pissed.
Congrats to Chris Sale.
Who sings it?
That's the Imagine Dragons, right? No?
It's AWOL Nation.
Oh, same band to me. Are you out on Imagine Dragons?
I'm not out on Imagine Dragons. It's just not the same band.
Sale!
Last night, Gino Auriemma,
Nick, you got it on the second try. Good job.
became the NCAA all-time basketball wins leader. How will you remember his career?
As the most dominant coach of all time. What he has done at that university, and I know that they are not what they used to be, right? Like, we have seen many other programs take their stead. South Carolina just won a national championship. LSU won a championship before. But when UConn was humming along, because they took the baton, the championship baton, not the martyr baton,
from
Tennessee. And Tennessee, it was like, because that was when I was first becoming a sports fan. It's like, wow, look, the Tennessee women's basketball program is easily the best in the land. And then UConn. I can't remember, did they challenge and beat the UCLA consecutive win streak, or did they just get really, really close from the John Wooden era? But the fact that
they got really, really close.
The fact that a team could do that, because I believe the Wooden era won like 84 in a row, and I think that UConn won in the 70s. The fact that a team could get that close, and that he has been able to do it in a variety of eras with a variety of types of players. And I've said it, I never got to see Caitlin Clark in person, but I've gotten to see Paige Beckers in person, and I will get to see her in person again this season. She is a magnificent basketball player, and I mean, she's not the best he's ever had, which is wild to think about.
No, they blasted right past it.
Oh, did they? Okay, I couldn't remember.
They won 111
Ugh.
straight games from 2014 to 2017. The UCLA men's streak was 88 games. So, yeah, they blew that thing out of the water.
Yeah, incredible. Most dominant coach of my lifetime.
Yeah, certainly. And hard to argue about his success, and he's still at a very high level because, you could look back at the earlier days of women's basketball, and I'm not saying it was easy, but because the development of the women's basketball player, there are more great men's basketball player out there. And so the talent could be a little bit more dispersed. With the women's game, if you could just find those real superstars, of which there weren't as many, and you just hoarded them up, that's why you got these dynastic runs by Tennessee and UConn. Now that there is more development of women's basketball players.
Yeah.
And so we're creating a bigger pool of great women's basketball players. That talent has to be dispersed more openly because there's only so many spots on a roster. So being able to dominate these sports will be very difficult because now you're going to have a lot more parity across the board.
Paul George, who was one person and not two Beatles, hyperextended his knee last night as the last place Sixers lost for the 12th time in 14 games.
Yikes.
The Sixers' big three of George, Joel Embiid, and Tyrese Maxey were in the lineup for the first time together all season. Now it looks like they won't be together for a spell. My, how the Sixers have fallen.
Damn shame, too.
Look at you, Boston boys.
Damn shame.
Unreal.
We in the hub, we
hub?
call them the Suxers.
You have to have an ID for that now.
They're the 70 Suxers in
Nice,
the hub.
Nick. Wow. Both of you. Wow to both of you.
I don't
It is
care.
crazy, though.
It is
This
nuts.
team is just
They stink.
bad.
Yeah.
I like the Knicks because of Bing Bong, and I like the Pistons because cars.
Oh, I thought because
And I like the Celtics because we win.
It's like those missing tapes.
It's all we do is win.
And I like the Lakers because I didn't want to be a bandwagon fan and root for Michael Jordan. I didn't realize that I was picking the other franchise that everyone was a bandwagon.
Exactly.
But it was the mid-90s
We don't
and
allow
I was
people
9.
we in the hub
Or
don't
8.
allow people on the Celtic bandwagon. You have to
Interesting.
pass a series of tests.
Interesting.
Eli Manning's big brother was hosting the Country Music Awards last night, otherwise known as the CMAs, and he had a funny moment.
Did he?
Stars performing here tonight, like Kelsey Ballerini.
And this is the year. Come on, give it up for Kelsey.
Yeah.
This is the year we discovered that cowboys cry too.
But enough about Jerry Jones.
Josh,
Nick.
do Dallas's failures live rent-free in America's heads?
Thank you, Nick, for asking that question. Yes, they do. You guys are obsessed with us. Leave us alone. Let us fail it on our own and do so quietly. Jerry Jones is a very quiet person. He's never loud. He's never boisterous. And he doesn't have a stadium that blinds people. Leave us alone. Let us be sucky on our own, please.
Come on in. There's plenty of room.
No.
Dallas failures can keep living rent-free in my head. Just come on in.
Everyone's rent-free in your head.
Just come on in. Dallas's failures. You can live here as long as you want.
Sad.
And Jared Jones, I hope you live forever.
I hope that he has a life that continues to be worth living.
Breaking news!
Oh?
It's stepping away from his social media. What will his millions and millions of followers do to pass the time?
This is a story on ESPN.com.
Yes.
I don't know. Go follow. They should follow me. I am funny on Twitter. I have funny jokes.
Are you basically LeBron James?
No, because I don't use the stupid laughing while crying emoji like he does. So
Why not?
Maybe
I'm not an elder millennial.
Maybe I should create a new Twitter account called Dallas Failures Rent Free. You can follow that.
You could. I mean, would it have a longer shelf life than your Instagram account did?
I missed.
Remember how you were all in on Instagram?
Yeah, but then I realized, I just want to enjoy mowing the lawn. I don't want to.
You don't want it to be content?
Yeah, it doesn't need to be content.
Everything
it's content for me.
Everything needs to be content.
It's content.
Is life content for you? 402-951-1620.
By the way, it's not on the board anymore because we had a CMA award show. We're now down to 0 days since a country music award show.
Fair. Last question, and John, please just be normal about this.
He's not. Here it comes.
Do the Browns make things interesting tonight, or will the Steelers win and cover the 3.5 comfortably?
Here we go. Here we go.
Here we go, Steelers. Yes, that's our cheer. Here we go, Steelers.
What has happened to you? You're a Celtics and a Steelers fan?
When did John become an East Coast honk?
Yeah, it's weird. I don't know what.
Because it's the Big East.
Yeah.
It's all helping us.
Welcome to the Big East, Steelers.
Is Creighton the most Western school in the Big East?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, easily.
By far, yeah. The second most is what, Marquette?
Marquette or DePaul.
Or DePaul, yeah.
DePaul's pretty west.
Yeah, they're in Chicago. Yeah, Marquette's in Milwaukee.
No, this is one of them weird ones. Thursday night can be kind of weird.
And it's in Cleveland.
It wouldn't surprise me if the Steelers had to eke this one out.
Yeah, I'll take the Browns to cover. Yeah, I'll take the Browns to cover. Steelers win, though. Like a 1-point win.
I just hope the folks in what do they call Cleveland Stadium now? It's some corporate sponsor.
Yeah, I looked it up earlier.
I just hope they remember that at the end of the third quarter, we always dun 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 dun. So all of
No, John, we don't. No, John.
Huntington Bank Field.
Ew.
That sounds like a baseball stadium.
It does.
It doesn't sound like a football stadium.
It does.
Yeah.
It's because the word field is in
Get
there.
a bigger sponsor.
Yes, Nick, that is why.
All baseball fields should be
You should get a bigger sponsor so you can afford the buyout of
the whole stadium and not just the field.
Deshaun
the
Watson's
quarterback
contract.
Yeah.
Not great.
Dinner's next on 1620 The Zone.
When you knock us down, we're going to get up. And on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Crust is good on your pizza, not your ass.
I will eat your ass first.
He's tough as a Woolworth steak.
And then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down. All right. And on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap.
I'm ready to hang them up, gut them, and skin them, and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death. I'll eat my neighbors.
And we're going to get up, and then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably just like going out to eat.
Mike in Columbus writes, how did the Steelers keep winning without scoring touchdowns? The Huskers can't do that.
It's amazing.
Yep, it is. Also going to be windy tonight.
It is very, very windy.
Wouldn't be so bad if it weren't for the wind.
There is, the wife has something going on in the crock pot. It has chicken. It has potatoes.
Ooh.
It has other vegetables. I'm not sure what it is, but it looked and smelled delicious when I left the house today.
Doesn't sound like trench food.
I'll report back tomorrow on exactly what. No, it is.
Mr.
Unless it's being served in a bread bowl.
That's
Would
not
that
a
be
trench. That's a crater. A bread bowl's a crater.
Can it be a?
Craters and
What if I
trenches
cut
are
the
the
bread
same.
bowl in a certain way where it looks more like a trench?
Then that's a trench.
Okay. So I'll report back tomorrow on what it exactly was and if it was delicious, and I'm sure it was. By the way, Shohei has won the NL MVP. That just came across too.
Woo! Nice.
First time half a player ever won an MVP.
Is that the first time a DH has ever won it? Didn't
Uh,
Edgar Martinez win it?
That's a good question. Might be.
I like this baseball talk. Let's keep doing it.
Yeah, the show's almost over. We're finishing off the leftovers from the burrito
Burrito
bowls
bowl.
last night.
Which leftovers from yesterday's burrito bowls or the burrito bowls from 2 days ago? or the burrito bowls from last
2 days
week?
ago was thighs and a baked potato.
Oh, she was working.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, but yeah, we're doing the.
You
the
think she
leftovers.
was working?
We were gonna do a nice dinner tonight, but then we ended up having a fun lunch together. So yeah,
lunch.
we went to Block 16. Went to Block 16. It was great.
We're gonna have date night next door.
Oh,
Yeah,
getting the curly fries.
probably.
Shout out Nick. Look what he's gonna be doing tonight, John.
Well, Ohtani, according to this, Ohtani was primarily the DH when he won the 2021 MVP.
Oh, interesting. A 2-time DH MVP.
That's not true. I thought he pitched that year. I remember.
Well, yeah,
watching
but
him
you don't-
pitch in the
well-
All-Star game. Yes, that's true. You don't get credit for.
Well, but a pitcher can win the
All-star
MVP.
stats don't matter.
So I don't know if that's totally because he did pitch. So I'm guessing
Yeah.
a lot of voters did factor
Because
that
I remember
in
the
as
All-Star
well.
game that year. It's a DH ever won MVP.
This is the first time. This would be the first time.
David Ortiz had top 5 finishes.
Yeah. This would be the first time a true DH only.
Oh, interesting. Sounds like something that would happen to a goat.
Oh.
Or to somebody who, doesn't have the skills to play defense.
Or his arm was hurt.
John, he's the first. This is the first time that this has happened, and that's not another notch.
We should
No,
celebrate.
the DH is a bad position. Michael Severe quit baseball because of the DH.
Yeah, but Nick came to baseball because of the DH.
I do like the DH.
You lose one, you gain one.
DH.
See you tomorrow.
Bye.